area is on portability. And portability of pension savings is both within the country and across the borders. We need to work on that, and we need to work on a legal framework that helps us to do that. And the big challenge is that these schemes operate under different legal frameworks. These legal frameworks are not speaking to each other or are not aligned. And therefore, it becomes difficult to port savings from one scheme to another, and there is need to then address that concern. The other proposal within the policy, or the other policy stipulation, is to adopt incentives that support development and of retirement benefits sector. I have cited some that were in the Finance Bill 2024 that flopped. We think we should still push some of these. We get, the feedback we get is that there is unlikely to be any resistance, for example, to the proposal to increase the amount on contributions, monthly contributions that is allowable for tax from 20,000 to 30,000. That will make pensions contributions more attractive, and we could see more contributions, and therefore that's consistent with our objective of growing the sector and especially the assets. The need to, and remember we talked about the need to enhance benefits that can be embedded in the pension scheme. So the proposal to introduce an amount of 10,000 Kenya shillings per month as a deductible amount towards contribution to post-retirement medical benefits. It's a proposal that was in that finance bill. Tax exemption on the benefits. When the benefits are paid currently, they attract tax. We have, at least we've made some progress. The contributions are exempt up to a cap of 20,000 currently, and we are proposing 30,000. The investments, they are exempt, but where we've not addressed is the payment of the benefits. So that we have proposed that should become exempt going forward upon retirement or upon access after 20 years. Quickly, the policy also proposes to develop and implement a consumer protection measures, looking at the market conduct principles, including promoting literacy, supporting literacy on pension issues, and also working on issues of compliance, so that we do not disadvantage the pensioners. Development of a governance framework, that's key. That enhances transparency, effectiveness, and efficiency. The need to reduce leakages in the pensions system to ensure that we can, to limit early access to the retirement benefits. I've already talked about that, and ensure provision of short-term and provide for mechanism to deter also to deter or to disincentivize the short-term access to the need for withdrawing because of the financial needs in between during the working life, and secure the core objectives of the retirement benefits sector of providing adequate retirement. and then review the supervisory framework and incorporate use of emerging technologies. And here we are talking about innovation, so that you minimize the cost of managing. A good example is the investments, say, in the instruments. You embrace technology so that you can directly embrace technology for purposes your costs. I think we had an experience around typically the use of, if we went back, say, to the model of Akiba banking, where you could invest directly to government instruments and therefore minimize cost to the scheme. And then, and this is in terms of policy interventions, we also are proposing enhancing of benefits for members by introducing innovations that are more attractive, address especially issues of healthcare, but also old age care. For example, we can look for ways of introducing frameworks that cover short-term contract workers. KNEST is a good example, but there may be many others innovations that could be looked into. Options for incentivizing or integrating savings for post-retirement medical benefit within the pension schemes, enabling members to pre-fund their post-retirement for their post-retirement shelter, or providing incentives to save for to acquire post-retirement shelter, and incentives for old age care, for example, by way of incentives for affordable elderly homes. And finally, on implementation, there is already a task force to be chaired by the National Treasury with the RBA as the secretariat. This group will steer the implementation of the policy. The stakeholders have been mapped, and their roles clearly defined. I think where we are at is we need to engage more with stakeholders to agree on work plans for activities that will be undertaken to roll out. But initial thinking is already taking place. Let me stop here, and I want once again to thank the team, the Treasury, of course, under the leadership of the PS National Treasury, the team, the RBA, under the leadership of the CEO, and other stakeholders, including the private sector, for your input into this policy. We look forward to continuing the partnership in implementing the policy. I thank you.
Let's continue appreciating Albert. Thank you very much for the presentation. We have serious time constraints, very serious time constraints. And therefore, Lazarus KICC, the Deputy Director, Research and Strategy, will take 5 minutes. And if you see me stand behind you, means time's up.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. I have been signaled to take 3 minutes, and I think I'll abide by that, because most of the things have been covered. I'll start with an overview of the retirement benefit sector, and looking at the mandate. I think the mandate was spelled very clearly by the CEO and the chairman, the Retirement Benefits Authority Board. Now, when we look at a snapshot of the industry, I think in terms of current assets, you can see the flow. We are growing steadily. At the moment, from 40 billion to 1.9 trillion. Average growth is 12%. In terms of active membership, again, there is growth, but at a slowing pace. I think using from the presentation of the National Treasury, you've seen there are other mechanisms that are coming in to prop up the retirement benefits sector by making it more attractive. I think we are going to use that to prop up the numbers. In terms of coverage, you can see it from a low of 11 to 26 at the moment. Now, in terms of asset class distribution, by June 2024, you can see mostly the concentration is on in government assets. We are going to have a dialogue in the course of this summit on how to bring in alternative assets, and those questions, I think, they'll come in during that time. 92% in government assets, it's actually very concentrated on one area. So the risk, again, when we look at it, we shall look at that. In terms of the strategic plan 2024-2029 highlight, I think the majority of us mission, vision, core values, and of importance, we are looking for dignity in retirement. Dignity in retirement is our vision, and I think we shall be very happy if you achieve that. Now, in the implementation of the strategic plan, we've categorized it in key result areas with the desired outcome. Maybe here, I'll take maybe 40 or so seconds. We have key result area, number 1, efficient and effective service delivery, and the desired outcome includes timely provision of quality service and enhanced relevance of the authority. The second one is sound and regulatory framework. We are going to have an outcome as a stable pension system. And the last one is inclusive and sustainable retirement benefits sector. The desired outcome, we are going to have increased pension coverage and improved income replacement ratio. In terms of the strategies, we have objectives. We have 6, and when you get the copy, they are well stipulated. And because of the time element, I'll skip that. You will read from the policy. And finally, we have again mapped the key result areas, the objective, the strategic objectives, and the strategies we are going to undertake to achieve the key result area. That one is mapped, and because of time, we shall not run one by one. They are spelled in the strategic plan. I think for us to clearly execute what is in the strategic plan, we have key enablers that includes infrastructure and financial services. We have human resource management. Then we have leadership, which includes from the board to management and the governance of the sector. And lastly, we have research, innovation, and creativity, and of course, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. If this is done very well, we shall get corrective measures on the way to achieve the implementation matrix as set in the strategic plan. thank you very much. It's because of the time. I think the chief guest has other engagements. I'll stop there and invite the CEO.
All right, well, you did well. Tumpigie makofi, let's appreciate him. It's just a reminder that we are live on KBC Channel 1. We are also live on our social media handles at KBC Channel 1 and also at RBA, the social media handles of RBA. Ladies and gentlemen, to invite the Retirement Benefits Authority to invite our chief guest, that is Dr. Chris Kipto, PS Treasury, CEO.
Courtesy and with the indulgence of the chairman of the board of directors, chairman, allow me to take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, the PS National Treasury, to come and address us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mashira. I wonder why you had to come. The MC could have actually invited me. Okay, so Chairman of the Retirement Benefits Authority, Mr. Nelson Harvey, and all the board members of RBA, together with CEO, Mr. Charles Mashira, all the esteemed stakeholders, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hamjambo. Salam alaikum. I have come here with a team from National Treasury. Already Wenda has done the presentation, that is Director General in charge of Budget, Economic and Financial Affairs. But I also have the Director General in charge of Public Investment and Portfolio Management, Mr. Kibet. Who is MD for Privatization Authority. I think there are other members from Treasury here, Ambrose Ogango and the others. So I bring you greetings from National Treasury, and especially from my Cabinet Secretary, Mbadi, who is with the President in Nyanza today, and he would have very much liked to join us today. You have been taken through the presentation on the policy that we are going to launch shortly, and it took time for Treasury to come up with the policy, culminating in approval by Cabinet. And when the CEO and Chairman came to my office to request that we grace the occasion for the launch of the strategic plan, we felt that it is timely that we combine both the launch of the policy and the plan. So I want to thank the organizers for inviting us, and particularly myself, to the launch of these two critical documents, which is the National Retirement Benefits Policy and the Retirement Benefits Authority's sixth strategic plan for the period 2024 to 2029. The launch of these documents indicates the government's commitment towards ensuring that every Kenyan citizen can retire with dignity, financial security, and peace of mind. Equally, the launch marks a significant milestone in our nation's journey of reforms towards enhancing social security and improving the lives of our citizens that began in 1997, which is about 24 years ago, with the enactment of the Retirement Benefits Act that created a regulatory agency for the retirement benefits sector and set minimum standards expected of funded retirement benefit schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of the National Retirement Benefits Policy is a demonstration of the government's unwavering commitment to comprehensively address the challenges experienced in the retirement savings over time and securing the future of our citizens. Crafted in alignment with our Constitution, particularly Articles 43, subsection E, and Section 57 is a testament to our dedication to strengthening social security and upholding the dignity and well-being of our senior citizens. It addresses some of the pertinent challenges that have already been highlighted by Mr. Mwenda. And these challenges have tended to slow down the growth of the retirement benefit sector. You have heard the first challenge is on fragmented legal and policy framework, which governs the retirement benefit sector. The other has been also exclusion, because the informal sector has not been, has been left out. The majority of those who are employed in the informal sector but don't enjoy a decent benefits, retirement benefit scheme. And there is the issue of adequacy. You have heard the DG talk about the adequacy for the workers from the current schemes, that the current schemes do not provide adequate coverage, or at least what they, after you retire, it's not enough what you get. Then there is the issue which has been highlighted on portability of retirement benefits, and also the issue of inadequacy of medical insurance for the elderly. There is also limited innovative products. You've had the presentation showing that we are mostly in the traditional asset class, most of which is in government securities. And I think I was challenging CEO earlier when they were briefing me that we have this aspiration to run a balanced budget. And when we succeed, then the opportunity to invest in government paper might be limited. So it's good to also think of other asset classes. So, ladies and gentlemen, the policy which we are going to launch now, shortly, will address the highlighted challenges by providing a framework to guide the harmonization, the coordination, good governance, and the growth of the retirement benefit sector. And this will ultimately guarantee income security in old age for all workers and ensuring affordable, adequate, and sustainable retirement benefit system for our country. As you will notice, one of the key pillars of this policy is the harmonization of legal and regulatory frameworks governing the retirement benefit sector. It envisions streamlining and integrating various laws to create a coherent and efficient system that safeguards the interests of all stakeholders. This move is anticipated to eliminate the fragmentation and inconsistencies that have long plagued the sector, fostering a more robust and unified retirement benefits system. Equally, this policy aims to enhance pension coverage, especially for the informal sector workers, which constitute over 85% of our workforce. This will ensure that no Kenyan is left behind in the government's drive towards social inclusion and economic justice for a fair and equitable society. Ladies and gentlemen, ensuring that vulnerable Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid are included in the saving for retirement is one of Kenya Kwanza's promises to Kenyans. And in this regard, the Kenya National Entrepreneurship Savings Trust, famously known as KICC, is a national informal sector pension scheme that was established by the government to meet the unique needs of the informal sector. And I am pleased to inform you that KICC has now set up all the necessary structures, and that very soon we will be formally launching it. In addition, all the long-term savings accumulated under the Financial Inclusion Fund, the famous Hustler Fund, will be remitted to the KICC Fund for investment and management to safeguard these benefits in accordance with the provisions of the Retirement Benefits Act. The management of this saving component of the Hustler Fund by KICC aligns with the President's pronouncement and also the budget policy statement that was made by our cabinet secretary. The other critical issue at the heart of this policy is good governance and sustainability. As such, the policy outlines mechanisms to ensure transparency and sustainability in management of retirement benefits. Further, in today's globalized world, the mobility of labor across sectors and borders is a reality that cannot be ignored. This policy aims to facilitate portability of retirement benefits between schemes and across borders. Moreover, the policy places a strong emphasis on innovation within the retirement benefit sector by encouraging adoption of new technologies and practices that can enhance the efficiency and responsiveness of retirement benefit schemes to the changing needs of our society and the economy at large. By fostering a culture of innovation, we are ensuring that Kenya's retirement benefits system remains dynamic and adaptable to future challenges. Consequently, the policy provides for a strategy to have adequate medical insurance for the elderly. The policy also seeks to have a robust consumer protection framework, including a robust dispute resolution mechanism to protect retirement benefits consumers. From the foregoing, and based on the presentation made by Mwenda, it is apparent that the implementation of this policy will require substantial resources. Therefore, I call upon all the stakeholders to work together in partnership to help realize the aspiration of this policy and transform the lives of the elderly. Ladies and gentlemen, the policy places the Retirement Benefits Authority at the center in the implementation of the National Retirement Benefits Policy. As such, the development of appropriate strategies would go a long way in ensuring full implementation of the policy. It is my belief that the strategic plan that we are going to launch shortly, that is covering the period 2024 to 2029, is an important step in the right direction of ensuring realization of the policy initiatives outlined in the National Retirement Benefits Policy. The launch demonstrates that the authority values a systematic and orderly approach to business. It is essential for all organizations to plan meticulously, as failing to plan is planning to fail. Effective planning must be continuous, adaptable, and above all, strategic. This approach has become well established in the public sector and has greatly enhanced operational efficiency. More importantly, the plan aligns with the fourth medium-term plan of Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the Kenya Kwanza government, both of which are geared towards achieving constitutionally guaranteed economic and social rights for all Kenyans. The plan recognizes the critical role retirement savings play in mobilizing long-term capital for national development, particularly in funding key initiatives such as those under BETA. The role played by the retirement benefit sector in mobilizing long-term savings is vital for economic development and prosperity. I'm pleased to learn that through this strategic plan, we aim to grow retirement benefit savings from 1.7 trillion Kenya shillings to 3.2 trillion Kenya shillings over the next 5 years. These funds are invested within the economy and can be utilized in funding our development projects. I want to urge RBA to embrace prudent management and investment of these resources for the development, growth, and shared prosperity of our country. In addition, I'm glad to note that despite a largely voluntary pension system, pension coverage now stands at 26% of the workforce, and the plan is to push this to 34% in the next 5 years. I dare challenge you, RBA and the leadership, go beyond 34. You can achieve much more than that. These ambitious targets in the strategic plan requires collaboration from all stakeholders, including government, the private sector, and civil society. In addition, leveraging technology will be critical in the successful implementation of this plan, as this will improve the efficiency and accessibility of retirement benefit schemes, making them more inclusive and user-friendly. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, the challenges we face are significant, but more so, they are opportunities. And I can't agree more with what Nelson Harvey said, that the future belongs to those who belong in the beauty of their dreams. I heard something like that. The coverage of pension schemes remains low, particularly within the informal sector. However, the innovative strategies outlined in this policy and the strategic plan that we are going to launch shortly are designed to address these gaps, ensuring that all workers, regardless of their employment status, have access to retirement benefits. Nevertheless, the challenges and opportunities we face in Kenya are reflective of broader global trends. Across the world, countries are grappling with the complexities of ensuring adequate retirement income for their aging populations. The global retirement landscape is shaped by demographic shifts, economic uncertainties, and evolving labor markets. In many developed countries, aging populations are exerting immense pressure on public pension schemes. And for us, it's even good that we have moved to PSS, because at the National Treasury, at least the exchequer pressures are not as much as when we have the defined benefits. But now when we move to define the contribution, it's much better, because at least we can plan well in the future. So in many developed countries, I have said aging populations are exerting immense pressure on public pension schemes. For instance, countries in Europe and North America are witnessing increasing life expectancies, necessitating longer periods of retirement support. This demographic trend has prompted reforms aimed at raising the retirement age, promoting private savings, and enhancing the sustainability of pension systems. Emerging economies face a dual challenge: expanding pension coverage while ensuring sustainability. Many of these countries, including Kenya, have large informal sectors that are not adequately covered by the traditional pension schemes. Addressing these gaps requires innovative solutions tailored to unique socioeconomic contexts of these nations. In Kenya, we have seen previous efforts aimed at extending coverage to the informal sector, such as the BAO pension plan and other individual pension schemes. This strategic thinking to integrate the informal sector in driving pension coverage is in line with the current government's focus on the hustlers. However, there is still much more ground to cover to achieve universal pension coverage. It is my belief that the successful implementation of the National Retirement Benefits Policy, as well as the RBA strategic plan, would be a big step towards securing the financial future of our citizens at old age. They address critical aspects of coverage, regulatory frameworks, financial literacy, technology, sustainability, collaboration, economic stability, demographic adaptation, governance, and gender equity. The commitment in the implementation of the National Retirement Benefits Policy and the strategic plan of RBA would be key in achieving the goals and aspirations as indicated. I wish to restate the commitment of the government of Kenya in supporting RBA in achieving the set goals and objectives. Together, let us work towards a future where every citizen can look forward to a dignified and financially secured retirement. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the task force that worked hard to complete the policy. Can we give them a round of applause, please? They have made Kenya proud to be counted as one of the countries in the world with a national retirement benefits policy. This is indeed a milestone in the efforts to make life in retirement more meaningful. I look forward to witnessing the successful implementation of these strategic documents and the positive impact that they will have on our society. It is now my utmost pleasure to officially launch the National Retirement Benefits Policy and the the Retirement Benefits Authority strategic plan for the period 2024 to 2029. The journey for their implementation begins now. Thank you very much.
Let's continue appreciating the PS. Tumpigia makofi tena for a fantastic job, and thank you, PS, for honoring the invite of the Retirement Benefits Authority to inaugurate what we are about to. And now I'll ask that this table rolls down to the unveiling arena so that we can unveil the National Retirement Benefits Policy and the RBA Strategic Plan 2024 to 2029. Let's continue clapping for the PS and his delegation, as well as the Chair and CEO RBA, as they join him in unveiling these two very important documents. Tuendelee kupiga makofi tafadhali. Let's continue appreciating them. Tuwapigie makofi tena. In a bit, we will be launching this very strategic document. And we'll press it, but I'll count you down. At the count of, I'll count down from 10. And then at the count of 1, you will press it, and then it will reveal these very two important documents. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited? Is the arena excited? Are you? All right, let's count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. PS, press. Press. There you go. Let's appreciate RBA. Let's appreciate the PS. There goes these two documents. The National Retirement Benefits Policy and the RBA Strategic Plan 2024 to 2029. Congratulations, the Retirement Benefits Authority. Tuendelee kupiga makofi as we congratulate RBA for this very important milestone. And now the person with these documents can present them to the PS and his delegation, as well as the chair and the CEO. The person who has these documents can actually present to the PS as well as the chair and the CEO. We'll be having a peep at that document even as we take photos. Before the presentation, maybe, let's have the chairperson and the PS posing for a photo before this unveiling arena. The PS and the chair. And these documents are being presented to the PS, his delegation, the chairperson of RBA, and the other invited guests. So the first photo is of the chairperson and the PS Treasury, Dr. Chris Kipto. If you're done, CEO, you can join in the photo.
So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come
Fantastic. The board of directors, RBA, and the delegation from Treasury can join in the photo.
and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around.
Fantastic job. Asante sana. And now, Bwana PS, for honoring the invites. We have very beautiful gifts for you and your delegation here. I think it's time for us now to present these gifts to the PS, his delegation, and those that are down there. So the person bearing the gifts, let's head forward and give these gifts to the PS and his delegation. In the meantime, the Honorable Salah stand by for a vote of thanks. But let's give the gifts first. the chairperson, RBA, Nelson Harvey, presenting that gift to the chair, that is the Treasury CS, Dr. Chris Kipto. And thank you very much, PS, for joining us this morning. We thank you. Let me have the roving mic down here for Honorable Salat to give us the vote of thanks before I direct what else we're going to do. The roving mic very quickly to the Honorable Salat for a vote of thanks.
Chief guest, Dr. Chris Kipto, Principal Secretary, National Treasury, Chairman, Board of Directors, National Harvey, the CEO, Charles Mashira, our esteemed stakeholders. On behalf of the Retirement Benefits Authority, I wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us this morning. A warm welcome to each of you gathered here today. It's an honor and privilege to have you with us here at KICC, and we deeply appreciate your presence in this momentous occasion of the presentation of the National Retirement Benefits Policy and the launch of the retirement of the RBA Strategic Plan 2024-2029. I wish also to thank, first and foremost, to express my deepest appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Chris Kipto, Principal Secretary, for gracing this occasion with your presence and your inaugural address that has set the tone for our journey ahead. Your support and leadership in this sector are invaluable to us. I also wish to thank our chairman, Mr. Nelson Harvey, together with the entire board of directors, for the guidance and commitment, and Mr. Charles Mashira, our CEO, for leading us in the development of this strategic roadmap. To Albert Mwenda, Director General, Budget and Fiscal and Economic Affairs, thank you for your insightful presentation of the retirement benefits policy highlights and for your role in shaping the future of retirement benefits in this nation. We are also thrilled to witness the presence of our esteemed stakeholders from the pension sector. Your presence and underscores the importance of this event, and we thank you for taking this step with us. Lastly, to all Kenyans, we thank you for the trust you have bestowed upon us in making sure that we will always safeguard your interests in the retirement benefits sector. Together, we are shaping a brighter and more secure future for all Kenyans. At this juncture, it's my honor and privilege. I have done that. Present has already been presented. Thank you very much once again. And milestone, and may you all continue to work together towards the successful implementation of these strategic initiatives for the benefits of Kenyans. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much. We can continue sitting as the chairperson, CEO, and the rest escort the PS out. And thank you very much, PS, for your time. To my media colleagues who might want an interview with the PS Treasury, outside the VIP lounge, there's some space there where you can conduct an interview with the PS, the chair, and the CEO, that is the Retirement Benefits Authority. Some quick announcements here. The Board of Directors, together with those that are in the panel, or will be using in the panel after this session, are taking their breakfast from the VIP lounge. The rest of us will head towards where breakfast is being served for tea, and then we will reconvene again now for the panel sessions. We want to thank KBC Channel 1 for your partnership and for streaming this event live. Moving forward, these events will be streaming on our social media sites. That is YouTube, can be on KBC as well as on RBA. As you might notice, we have not done any closing prayer because we are coming back after breakfast. So can we step out for breakfast? We are going to do that for only 10 minutes and then come back for the panel session. So situsonge. Asante.
Always warm as the smiles of the people, where life is always simple. Amutahe, loyeni kwandu kwa Zambia. nimilangizeni bantu bangane fyotwika lila.
Yo. Still run around the soccer with the guys. Still show up at the party with the toys.
Meanwhile, the team that is in charge of the floor, we can start setting up for the panel discussions down here. The team in charge of the floor, we can start setting up for the panel down here. The person who will be moderating and doing a presentation will be coming up here and then going back there to moderate the panel. So we're good? How are you? Asante.
morning, 40 billion in the year 2000 to 1.9 trillion as of now is no mean achievement. And we must applaud the authority and the entire industry for this success. But I believe there is a long way to go. The strategic plan that was unveiled this morning is ambitious, is aspirational, it has significant goals. I believe these are smart goals and very achievable with the collective will and effort of all the stakeholders in the industry, whether it is government, the National Treasury, the Retirement Benefits Authority, industry players, and everybody in this sector. Now, we have a very important discussion that we want to have this morning, because one of the key challenges that was highlighted in the remarks by each of the speeches we heard this morning was on the issue of funding levels of pension of retirement funds in the country. Historically, the issue of funding shortfalls only applied to defined benefit schemes, and we heard of actuarial deficits in pension funds. Now, with the new legislation that was implemented from 2000, with the introduction of legislation on minimum funding standards, with the implementation of remedial plans, many of the defined benefit plans that initially were thought to be unsustainable, insolvent, have actually turned around, and this has been good. Yet, having said that, the total actuarial deficit in defined benefit plans in the country at the moment is estimated at just under 40 billion shillings. So this is a significant sum. But what is more concerning and what is more worrying now is the extent of contribution arrears that we are seeing in defined contribution plans. What we heard this morning is that arrears in pension contributions to defined contribution schemes in the country is now over 50 billion shillings. That is a significant amount of money. Okay? So to discuss this challenge of funding levels of pension funds, whether defined benefit schemes or defined contribution scheme pension arrears, we have a very eminent panel, which I will be moderating this morning. But before we do this, we will have a presentation from the Chief Manager, Supervision, at the Retirement Benefits Authority, Mr. Jackson Gutu. Jackson will share with us some of the statistics in detail on the extent of the problem that we have with contribution arrears and actuarial shortfalls in defined benefit plans. He will also talk about the steps that the RBA has taken, both in terms of legislative, regulatory measures, as well as some of the administrative actions that have been taken. I'm hoping then that we can have a very robust discussion on why we have this challenge and what are some of the steps that can be taken to avoid this situation happening. Because we all heard this morning, at some stage, all of us are going to need to retire. So, without much further ado, can I invite Mr. Jackson Gutu to take us through a presentation. Jackson will take about 20 to 25 minutes, but I think his presentation is very insightful. It will give us a lot of data to inform the next part of our discussion. Jackson, over to you. Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are excited this day to have you around to discuss about issues concerning the pension industry. We have had a discussion concerning the growth of the pension industry from 2000 to 2024, where we have seen growth of assets from 40 billion to 1.9 trillion, which is a good growth. But also where this growth, there could be some challenges. And I think this session we want to discuss what are the key issues that we are facing as an industry in terms of funding. Because funding of the industry has been a challenge. We have seen the industry growing very fast. We have seen the participation also growing from 13% to 26%. But also, we have an issue to do with unlimited contributions. And I want to paint that picture so that we can be able to discuss and agree what needs to be done. Because as the key players in the industry, if we don't have solution to these issues, then the ultimate goal of having a dignified retirement for our pensioners or members may not be achieved with some certainty. So I just want to take you through some of the issues that statistics so that we'll be able to appreciate where we are coming from. And I believe that all the participants here, you have solutions to what needs to be done. And I really appreciate the organizers of this summit or convention, because one of the key sessions where we are going to discuss what needs to be done to address the challenges of the pension industry. I'll talk about the funding structures of pension schemes, and then the challenges being faced by the pension schemes in terms of funding, what we have done as RBA in terms of interventions, and proposals on what needs to be done to deal with that. Now, the first item on the funding structure, pension schemes which are in this country, we have defined contribution schemes about 95%, and then the balance of 5% being DB schemes or defined benefit schemes. And DB schemes have less than 5 years where members will be contributing. After that, they will operate as totally closed schemes, only paying out pension. But the most critical thing when we are dealing with the funding of pension schemes is ensuring that contributions are going into the pension scheme. Because the benefits from a scheme will depend on, one, on the contributions we go to the pension scheme, and the investment done by the investment practitioners. Currently, we have about that 4 fund managers, and interestingly, we have seen a lot of interest in fund management. We have seen the number of fund managers being more than the even administrators. So it means that either there's some interest or there's something which is attracting these fund managers. But the question is, are we seeing returns going to the members? So investment is key, and any of these parameters, if it's interrupted, like contributions are not coming to the pension scheme, investments are not being done prudently, expenses are not being managed, then the accumulation of the benefits to finance the activities of the scheme may not be achieved well. And that's why we have these challenges in the country. Contributions are not coming as they should. Investments, sometimes they are not being done well, or they are being done under the traditional assets. And we had what the PS said, that they are working on a balanced budget where we may not be going to Treasury to buy some government bonds. So where are we going to invest? And that's the conversation we'll be having later in the day or tomorrow about the alternative investments. But also, the expenses are a pain point in the industry. And not expenses are rising from the service providers. I think we have seen the service providers are being pushed to the bare minimum. Sometimes I look at, from where I sit as a supervisor, I look at what the service providers are charging, and I wonder, are they going to pay their rent, or is it pro bono? But anyway, it's a good thing, it's competition. These are results of competition, and we are happy that way. Members are likely to get better returns. But also, these are issues on the expenses arising from the fiduciaries of the schemes, being the trustees. But also what we have done is to issue a remuneration guidelines to ensure that trustees are guided on how they will spend some of the operational costs to be able to discharge their mandate as trustees. So any of these factors, if not well managed, then the benefits of the members are likely to be affected. And at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to the members. Now, in terms of contributions which are outstanding, from 2015, we had about 6.7 billion outstanding, and as of June 2024, 2 months ago, it's 51.86 billion. This accounts for 2.5% of the total assets of the pension industry, which is 1.9 trillion. So the question is, what is going wrong? And we need to have this discussion here to get a solution, because the rate of growth of the unlimited contribution is not, there's no correlation with the growth of the assets. So what is not right? And when you look at the pension, the basics of setting up our pension system in a country, one of the issues is that, of course, it should be able to deliver adequate benefits with a good replacement rate, but also the issue of affordability should be critical, is a critical consideration. I think we need to have a discussion. What are we not getting right? And what needs to be done? So if it's 1.86 billion, which is 2.5% of the assets of the scheme, I think is something which needs to be sorted out. And here we need to agree what needs to be done. Now, just to break it down, out of the outstanding and unremitted contributions, 50.5 is from the public sector schemes. So maybe we can have a clear understanding of where the problem is. We have 128 schemes with unlimited contributions, of which that 4%, which looks like a smaller proportion, is public sector schemes, but they account for 98% of the unlimited contributions. So it means the private schemes or schemes sponsored by non-government affiliated entities account for less than $1 billion. So the problem is in public sector. And then we need to have a discussion, what is not right within the public sector space. Now, in the public sector, we have the education and training sector being the key, 26 billion. And I'm happy that we have representation from the universities, where I think they are leading from the front. Yeah. Basically, every old university where all of us could have gone, those who are not millennials, they have issues on unlimited contributions. So the question is, what is not right? And we need to get that answer so that we know, and we have our treasury is also around. They need to tell us. Because 26 billion, and these are universities, and they are not more than, forget about the new universities, they are okay. The old universities, they are all here. What is not right? And just to mention that, I mean, it's difficult to supervise some of these institutions where the members' contribution is going in, but the employer's contribution is not being remitted. So from where we sit, we may not even wind up the scheme because the members are contributing. County governments is another problem, about 18 billion. And all these institutions are getting money from the National Treasury. So I think we need to agree what is the problem and what is the solution. The problem is unlimited contributions. What is the root cause? And then we need to agree on what needs to be done. If we were to sort out education and the county governments, a national government is a new scheme, which there are a bit of delays here and there. The balance, I think, every Kenyan will enjoy a peaceful retirement. But the two categories, they give us sleepless nights. And that's why we are here to have this discussion. For the defined benefit schemes, out of the 27 schemes, out of the 55 schemes, 27 have unfunded liabilities amounting to almost 39 billion or 40 billion. Out of that, 7 is in government institutions. Another problem. How do we resolve this? I think I need an answer, and to make my work easy. So, why are we facing these challenges? Of course, the economic situation is not right. Sometimes the returns from the investments are not okay, affecting the the returns and also the funding position of the schemes. Other institutions are facing challenges in terms of operations, so the cash flows, and they are not able to remit what they had planned to remit. We had COVID, which affected, but I think COVID was blamed for everything. There's also improper use of funds. And I think we have diversion of funds which have been planned or earmarked for pension contributions which are not being remitted. The question is, where does this money go to? If nobody has a pending bill from, or pending remittances from National Treasury, and all the funds have gone to the counties, once they go to the counties, where do they go to? I think we need to agree what needs to be done. If it's financial discipline, there's a PFM Act. Can it be used without fear or favor to punish the wrongdoers? Or I don't know, but you tell us today. There are disruptions, there are changes, there was transition from the local authorities to the county governments, and there were debts which had been inherited by, which were held by the old system of administration in the local authorities, and they were transferred to the county governments, and that transition, maybe there's some work to be done. But also these are changes in law. The universities, they will tell you that the capitation is not enough. There's a reduction of the capitation, and the discussion in the country has been the funding model for the universities, which is a hot topic. The CBAs, collective bargaining agreements, when we all, and we are good at that as government employees, we bargain, we need higher salaries. When we are paid the salaries, we forget about the pension, the implication of the salaries, of the pension liability. So the salaries are paid, but the pension is not paid. And remember, for the DB scheme, the final pension the final pension is determined by almost like the average of the last 3 years. So you work for 36 years, but the salary to be used is the salary for the last 3 years, average. And there are no corresponding contributions over that period of time. So what do we do about this? The issue of conversion, we required all the schemes to convert from DB to defined contributions. But how are we dealing with that accrued liability? Is there a process by the sponsors of these schemes to fund the liabilities, and are they able to actualize the remedial plans? The question is, are we operating a generous pension system which you cannot afford to fund? I think I need answers today. So, what have we done? Of course, within the law, we have issued demand notes to employers to remit contributions. Trustees have gone to court to sue their employers, who are also within the law. Section 53B requires that we attempt to recover the outstanding contributions by going to court, imposing penalties, and in some cases, winding up the schemes. Of course, there are some questions about the winding up the schemes, whether the effectiveness of all that. We also operate our open court system, where you attempt to wind up a scheme and you go to court, the employers rush to court, and in some of the instances, we have been there for the last 6 years with no much progress. So what needs to be done? We have appointed interim administrators, and in some cases, we are doing statutory liquidation. Sponsors and trustees, we have required them to submit remedial plans. Some of them, they have been faithful to adhere to the remedial plans, but others, they have submitted remedial plans which they are even not committed to them. So what do we need to do? But of course, because from the numbers, you have seen that 98% are public sector institutions. Treasury is very much aware of this situation, and I believe that there should be a solution sought from that, dealing with the pending bills for the government and also more importantly, the pension liability, because it's critical for the members. And then we have tried to also propose amendments through the National Assembly to amend the Retirement Benefits Act to ensure that we have more powers to deal with the defaulters. We need to have powers to deal with the employers, with the leaders of those institutions, to have a personal liability, because they're the ones who deducted and failed to remit, so that we deal with them. And when I believe that if one person was to be taken to court, maybe. But also we are looking at other ways of recovering, strengthening the assets. Use assets, or do we transfer the assets from the employer to the scheme to defray the outstanding contributions? So some of the proposed resolution strategies from our end is that we amend the Retirement Benefits Act to empower the authority to take legal actions of the employers. I mentioned that. Then the outstanding pension liabilities from the employers, because this is a public institution, they are also adhered to the Public Financial Management Act. It should be treated to be a first charge on the resources of that organization. And then let's provide pension based on affordability. I'm not very sure why in a scheme we are providing employer's contribution of 20% and the employer cannot remit 1%. It beats logic. So maybe we need to advise the government what needs to be done, because you cannot provide what you can't afford and assume that to be a problem of the guys who come after you. Let's be careful on what to provide, and let's ensure that pension is based on affordability and not just to appear to be nice people. Payroll integration. We believe that when one is paying the net salary, at the same time, let all the deductions, and more importantly, the pension deduction, be remitted to the pension scheme. Not a decision to be made later by the employer after net salaries have been paid. And I believe, and then where assets are to be transferred, to defray the unremitted contributions by the employers, and let's say they have land and all that. That process of transfer of land from the employer to the scheme, it should be simplified. Many times we hear that it has to go to the cabinet and all that. That can be simplified. There are better national issues that can be addressed, and this can be simplified, and we need that amendment in the law.
2 minutes.
And finally, why do we have 1027 pension schemes in this country where the coverage is 26%? We need to think about consolidation. And we are excited that the National Retirement Policy is talking about the reforms in the pension industry. We cannot work with the 1027 schemes where coverage is 26%, and it becomes administratively very difficult for the authority to be able to supervise them, all those schemes, effectively and efficiently. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly provide solutions to us on how to deal with unremitted contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson Gutu, for setting the scene so well for our discussion. It was a very insightful presentation. The key headline numbers that I see are 51.8 billion in unremitted contributions. 98% of that is the public sector. Short actuarial deficits in defined benefit schemes of 39 billion. 93% of that is public sector. And those are big numbers, and unless something is done about this, the retirement security of a large number of people is going to be compromised. So, Mr. Jackson Gutu said this is something that is giving him and the RBA sleepless nights, and he wants solutions. And to give us the solutions, we have a very eminent panel. So, no pressure to my panel, but let me ask them to come up to the front, and Jackson and I will also join them. So we have Dr. Humphrey Kimani Juguna, Chair of the Moi University Council. Dr. Juguna, I hope you're in the room, I believe. Yes, there you are. We can have you come down and take a seat. Next is Ms. Veronica Leseya Owende, General Manager, Member Services of Lab Fund. Veronica, please can we have you up? Mr. Michael Kagika, Pension Secretary and Director of Pensions at the National Treasury. If you can have my colleague, Abe, Managing Director and Principal Actuary, AXA. Governor Mutahi Kahiga was supposed to join us, but he's not with us, so we have, let's move to Dr. Brian Mutie, Director Research, Planning and Knowledge Management, Office of the Controller of Budget. And last but not least, Jackson Gutu, who has just presented to us. So both Jackson and I will come down.
And I'll give the panel up until 12:30 to wind up on your conversations. I'm sure you're well prepared about the solutions, right? Good. You have up until 12:30 before we take questions now from the auditorium.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. So I think to the audience, can we have another round of applause for Jackson, because he's really done a good job of framing the problem. But let's now go to the people who will give us the solutions this morning. And let me begin with Dr. Juguna, Chair of the Moi University Council. So Dr. Juguna, we mentioned of this 51.8 billion unremitted contributions, half, close to 26 billion, are from the public universities. Now we understand this problem has started from around 2015, okay? One would assume or believe that with budgets that are prepared, the pension contributions are part of the staff emoluments that are budgeted for by the universities. And when the funding is provided from the Ministry of Education, it includes the pension contributions. So why do we find ourselves with this problem of unremitted pension contributions? Maybe you can shed some light, Dr. Juguna.
Thank you. Thank you. For that question, I would not have come.
We need solutions, Dr. Juguna. That's why you're here.
But let me say this. I've also listened to the last presenter, and salaries is a right. Actually, it's a fundamental right. So, but it's good to appreciate that public universities are having very serious financial challenges from 2015. So when I talk from Moi University, I believe I will be representing the entire public universities. And the problem started with the collapse of the parallel program. Like in Moi University, through parallel program, we were getting 4 billion every year. So when that program collapsed, we lost 4 billion without affecting the total wage bill, another operation cost. So when you close those campuses and so on, the employees were retained, operational costs were retained to date. So if you look at what point did the public universities start this disease of unremittances, it was from 2015. And it has grown to what it is today. Like Moi University, we owe our pension schemes about 4 billion. Compounded by the COVID-19, of course, he said he didn't want to hear about COVID-19, but it's a reality, because for a whole year, we were not teaching, but we still had to continue paying salaries, that brutal workforce and so on. Now, the rejection of finance bill has even made things worse, because we have been told to cut our operational costs by 30%. Yeah? So, the gist of all that is that universities have been having challenges, financial challenges, particularly what we are calling the old public universities. And way forward, even when the PS was here, the first thing when he met us in the holding room, we have been promised a bailout up to 2022. When it's coming, we don't know. But that promise has been made, and we hope when it is done, we can be able to sort out those historical debts. And there is also a problem in our public universities, and because some of the people here are parents with children in the public universities, like you see the new funding model, the old funding model, yeah, and so on. There's a lot of controversy, and there is this attitude and belief that public fees in public universities should be free. The ability to pay has never been recognized. Some of you are taking children to very high ed secondary schools, but when they go to university, you want to continue paying 16,000 and so on. So even the current new funding model still has a lot of controversy, where if you know you can afford, but still you don't want to pay. And we have to agree that going into the future, there should be a lot of thinking to be done in how do you finance university education. Because part of the problem we are having is internally, the revenue we collect cannot sustain these public universities. Then whatever you are getting from the exchequer has been diminishing all the time. So that leaves us with a financial crisis. And you see, these competing needs in the university. Perhaps you see, you say remittances to the pension scheme, KRA, and so on. So you end up paying the net salaries and so on, which are even becoming difficult even today, those net salaries. So basically, that's the gist of the problem.
Well, thank you, Professor Dr. Chogun. I think you've indicated that there are deeper issues that need to be worked on, relating to even the funding models for universities, the collapse of the parallel program, and how universities should be funding, public universities should be funded going forward. I still feel we're looking for an answer, but I'll come back to you. But let's move on to Veronica. So Veronica, you run one of the largest funds, pension retirement funds in the country, LAP Fund, with assets of over 62 billion. Are you able to indicate to us what is the extent of the unremitted contribution challenge that you have? Because this is the second problem that Mr. Gutu highlighted. This is county governments not remitting pension contributions. What is the extent of the problem, and what are some of the strategies that you are deploying at LAP Fund to collect this money?
Thank you so much, Sandeep, and good afternoon to everyone in the room. Yeah, as you have indicated, I work for LAP Fund, which is one of the schemes that take care of county government staff. And being a public scheme, we are part of the problem that, or part of the statistics that Mr. Ngutu has spoken about, saying that most of the debt, most of the outstanding contributions are within the public schemes. So first, maybe I give a background, and Mr. Ngutu has also touched on it, that one of the reasons why we even have these outstanding contributions is the movement from the local authorities to the devolved system of governments that we have now, which is the counties, where when the county governments came in, they were quick to take up assets of the former local authorities, but they were not ready to take up the liabilities. So the liabilities that were pending from the local authorities have not been addressed, despite engagement with many bodies that should have helped us to do that, including the former Transition Authority. So that's one of the biggest contributors. The second contributor is the fact that the county governments get money from the exchequer, which they claim they don't get on time. But even when they get it later, I think there's a problem of adequacy, so they pay net salaries and they do not remit the pension deductions. Not all of them. Some are quite on schedule. Others are not. So again, maybe depending on leadership and the fact that people understand pension differently, others may appreciate what pension is and others do not. The other issue is the short-term nature of that leadership in the county governments. The fact that it is elective after every 5 years. Some governors are one-term governors, some are 2 terms, and then that's it. So anytime there is a change of leadership, they come in and they do not acknowledge the debts that were left by the former leadership. And we have to start a whole new process of reconciliations. And even after the reconciliation, sometimes they don't still own up. They forget that these governments have perpetual succession. So then as a scheme, faced with this challenge, what do we do to try and collect? I think that's the question you have asked. We issue monthly statements, sponsor statements, to indicate how much is owed and to even remind for the current month. As I said, some are on schedule, some are not. After that, we follow up with phone calls, with emails, with visits, even physical visits, to just maintain the relationship and ensure that this is being collected. When that fails, we escalate even to other stakeholders. We engage with the controller of budget, we engage with Senate, we engage with our ministry, the National Treasury, we engage the controller of budgets, the Council of Governors, and even the IGTRC, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. We have done all this. We report to RBA as required on outstanding contributions. When all that fails, we resort to demands, notices, we resort to debt collectors, and finally, as per Section 53B of the Retirement Benefits Act, we even institute legal proceedings. How effective is all this? Again, depends on the individuals. Some will respond and some do not. And there we are left with our debts, but they are on a reducing balance. At least there's some positivity. They are not increasing, they are reducing. Currently, the current contributions are coming. We don't have a lot of accumulation of the current. The old debt, I said, from the local authorities, that one seems to be locked somewhere. We don't know who will come to our rescue on that one. Thank you.
Okay, Veronica, so some good pointers you're giving, that part of the problem relates to the debts that were accumulated from the local authorities, and that is now since 2013, when you're post the promulgation of the Constitution, the new county governments coming in from 2013. It's reassuring to hear that contributions are now on track. Okay, so there's a historic challenge, and perhaps the same solution that is being proposed for the universities, where the government comes in and does a bailout to 2022, may be something worth exploring. But again, it's easier said than done. Now let me turn to the gentleman who runs 2 of the largest schemes in the country. There is a closed defined benefit plan, which has significant liabilities but not funded, and the new public service superannuation scheme, which we heard this morning is growing very rapidly. In 3.5 years, they've accumulated 140 billion in assets. But Mr. Kagiga, there's a lot of concern, in fact, a lot of complaints we hear from the public about delayed payments for retirees and pensioners under the old system. What is the reason for this, and what are some of the reforms that you are implementing to address this challenge, because it's not fair to keep somebody waiting for months, sometimes years on end, not receiving their benefit.
Thank you, Sandeep, and all the participants in this convention. Allow me to underline that, indeed, at the Treasury, we appreciate what we have done this morning. The launch of the National Retirement Benefits Policy, I think, underlines one of the main concerns in the Treasury around the retirement benefits and how expediently we also make them available. And I do think that's a conversation that we're having here, including the reason why, we are asking ourselves what happens to those non-remittances and what is its effect in terms of that benefit eventually getting to the beneficiaries. Now, in the case of the defined benefit arrangement, which we have as a legacy lane in the country for mainstream public service, maybe the starting point is to appreciate the process that it takes, when somebody has dedicated their life in public service and ultimately they retire. The hope is that they should receive their benefits and as immediate as possible. And it's been a concern, and that's been part of the reason why we have been having these reforms, the retirement benefits policy being one of them. And as you will appreciate is the fact that we have in the recent past also engaged in a renewal of the system that we run, the pension administration system, because for sure every pension arrangement today must run on robust technology, leverage on technology, in order for it to be able to manage the numbers. For instance, under the old benefit scheme, we have about 342,000 pensioners in payment, not a small number. And just to put it in context, we run a monthly payroll of about 6.4 billion. And of course, even when we're talking about the delays, much as, of course, again, I zero in allowed that. The pension we pay is in two segments, so to speak. On retirement, our pensioners are allowed to commute a quarter of their pension, which they receive as a lump sum. And of course, using the factors allowed in our Pensions Act, and the rest is annuitized and it's received as a monthly pension. Now the point is, even when we have talked of these delays, especially currently, those delays are on the lump sum gratuity. However, what happens is that once we've processed our pensioners, we are able to enroll them into the monthly pension. So even as they await that commuted aspect, the lump sum, that is, they're running on a monthly income. But the point is, the process of making our payments commences from the respective ministries, departments, and agencies where this public servant has served. Historically, we've observed some ministries will take even as long as 2 years, especially their previously, before they submit this dossier of claim to the National Treasury. Of course, those times have been reduced, but I'm saying there are still outliers. You still get instances where receiving a claim a year after the retirement of the respective person. With the reforms that we've taken, which includes us deploying our pension staff to the ministries and departments, which includes us having presence in the 56 Huduma centers countrywide, which also includes us holding sensitization forums and impressing on the ministries the requirement under the Public Service Commission guidelines that 9 months before the retirement of an officer, we ought to receive those submissions, we need to receive the claim of those officers. But again, how many do that? How many meet that criteria? As I said, most will make these submissions way after the retirement of the officer. But having said that then, and with the interventions we've put in place, today we do not need more than 2 payroll cycles to process a claim that is well and fully documented. So within 60 days, we are able to process. And of course, again, like we said, there would be the balance between the cash flows and what therefore you're able to disburse. We may not be able to disburse as immediately, but of course, again, when the exchequer becomes available, that is also released. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. KICC. So from what we hear from the Director of Pensions is that there is a commitment that pension payments for retiring public service employees, teachers, discipline forces, and civil servants will be paid within 60 days of their retirement. And if there are administrative inefficiencies contributing to delays, that should not be allowed. And I'm hoping, Mr. KICC, that there can be consideration for interest on delayed payments. Under the Retirement Benefits Act, there is a regulation that says that if benefit payments are delayed by more than 30 days, interest is payable on those monies. And I believe the same should apply to both your schemes as well. I'll allow you to comment a bit later, Mr. KICC, if that's okay. In the interest of time, we move on. I'm going to skip you for a moment, Abid, if that's okay, and turn to Dr. Brian, because we really want to understand the root cause of why should there be pension contribution arrears by government agencies and counties if these things are properly being budgeted for and if the funds that are being budgeted for are being availed. So what seems to be the root cause here? Because this is a massive problem for the country, as you've heard.
Thank you, Sadib. Thank you, Sadib, and all participants at large. First of all, receive greetings from FCPA Dr. Margaret Nyakango, who is the Controller of Budget. I'm here to represent her because she's held up in a different mission. All the same, this contribution, of course, lies squarely under my docket in terms of the question that you have really raised, in terms of where is the problem in terms of remittances. Why are they not reaching out to the people despite many efforts for these funds to find their way into the pockets of pensioners? Let me first say that the role of the controller of budget is to approve payments. Once they come to the desk, we ordinarily do the needful. However, you realize that the biggest problem lies with the counties, because counties are our biggest stakeholder when it comes to matters, remittances, and contributions towards pensioners. And as a matter of fact, we can say that the problem started way back with the takeover of, or with the inauguration of the new constitution, as some of the participants talked. And this was the transition from the defunct county authorities. I mean, the county municipalities and the authorities that existed before. And when we took over through devolution, you realize that governors or new governors were not keen to implement or to pay out those remittances that were supposed to be paid. And that continued to be a backlog until today, because when you ask me why we have not paid pensioners who still owe us money since in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I tell you that it is a blatant ignorance by counties to prioritize these people, because to them it doesn't matter much because of their priorities. And we have seen situations where even the 5-0 approach or rule is completely ignored, where the first in, first out principle is completely ignored, because you may find that new pensioners who have come just recently are getting the benefits at the expense of those who have been there before, and that has been something that has really been mind-boggling. The other issue is the issue of gross salary that should be included. I mean, pension should be included in gross salaries, because as control of budget, we do pay what comes on our table. That what has been planned by the governors is what comes to our table, and also the national government. But in the event that they only pay the net, then that becomes a big problem. There was a question why you may realize that the controller of budget cannot pay at the source or cannot agitate for payment of these pensions at the source. But I can tell you, as an advocate of the High Court, that would be an illegality. An illegality in the sense that we have different laws that we have designed as a country, and these laws must be followed to the letter. When you decide to pay at the source, that may not be possible, because that has been a call, a clarion call, by stakeholders to agitate for reforms, so that pensions are actually taken from the source or paid at the source. But as for now, I can tell you, we have the CRA, which decides on usage and utilization of the funds that we have as a country. We have the DORA, we have the CARA, which is County Allocations of Revenue Act, and we also have Treasury, which has its own disbursement plan. All these laws give the controller of budget the mandate to just approve and not to agitate for payment at the source. So good people, what I can say is that there is need for stakeholder engagement. We sit down, we harmonize these laws and see whether we can amend some of them which are not so friendly or so conducive to ensure that our pensioners get their due. Until the law is changed, good people, I'm sorry to say that the controller of budget will only approve what comes on the table from the Treasury, and that has been one of the biggest problems that we have. So I think, Bwana Sadip, I've answered your question.
Yes, you have answered part of my question, but I think it's a very unsatisfactory situation where, as the controller of budgets, you are approving payments for specified purposes, but once they reach the county, they are not being applied for that purpose. Now, this has to be a lacuna in the law where an amount has been designated for a purpose, but it is not paid. But my bigger worry, and I'll come back to you later, Dr. Bryan, is, Jackson, to what extent is the 52 billion comprising member contributions, i.e. amounts that have been deducted from people's pay and not been remitted? Because I heard, at least I think Veronica as well as Dr. Bryan say that what is paid is the net salary. Now the net salary is the salary even after allowing for the member contributions or contributions that an individual has paid, right? So it would be extremely worrying if we have a situation where employee contributions are not being, contributions deducted from pay are not being remitted. How big is that problem, Jackson? Do we have a sense?
Thank you, Santi. Out of the 51 billion, you find that if you look at the contribution rates in most of these institutions, the proportions are a third being the employees and the employer 2/3. So the unlimited contributions are also in the same proportions. But we have also seen some cases whereby some institutions like the universities, they are remitting the employee contributions and not the employer's contribution. So we can extrapolate and say that a third of the outstanding contributions relate to the employee contributions, not more than a third, because previously there was an effort by the employers to remit employee contributions. And in most cases, we give a notice of to stop deductions, further deduction, until the outstanding liability is paid. So
the proportions are third for the employee and two-thirds the employer.
Thank you, Mr. Goto. I mean, that's a very significant point you're making, that of the 52 billion that is sitting in contribution arrears, up to about a third could comprise employee contributions deducted from pay. Now, let's talk about, you've talked about the actions that the RBA is taking. You know, there's the legislation, there's the administrative actions. Don't you think, Mr. Goto, there is time to take more punitive action? For to me, non-remittance of contributions deducted from pay ought to be a criminal offense. And there should be much higher penalties or consequences for doing that. Is one of the things on the agenda and that can be proposed perhaps is that insofar as employee contributions are concerned, if there is any delay, not only should there be very punitive interest, but there should be punitive action taken against those employers, be they county, universities, or anybody else. Jackson, what is your comment?
Thank you, Santi. It's true that we need to have punitive actions. Number one, to that lead of that institution, who deducts and fails to remit, I think there must be a personal liability. Be it criminal, I don't know, the lawyers will tell us, but there should be a personal liability to the leader, to the board, and all that. Number two, we have said 98% of all these outstanding contributions are from government institutions. All these government institutions adhere to the PFM Act. Is it that the PFM Act is weak, or the will to implement it is not there? I think because these are public resources, and when we misapply those resources, there should be repercussions. I believe that the government and National Treasury should take some action on that. So PFM Act should be amended. Retirement Benefits Act should be amended to bring personal liability. And more importantly, the process of taking people to court needs to be shortened. In the current situation, you have to prepare a report, go to the DPP or to ESCC to investigate. There's nothing to investigate here. Somebody has deducted, they have not remitted, there are reports, and they confirm that. Why don't we take them to court immediately? But in the process of going through investigation, delays, the matters we have taken for investigation, some of them have not been concluded. So I believe we need to shorten that process of seeking for justice and solution of that matter.
Thank you very much, Jackson. I'm hoping there's concurrence amongst the panel that there is at least some tangible actions that can be taken. There needs to be the PFM Act as well as the Retirement Benefits Act needs to be amended to enable those punitive actions to be taken, especially when employee contributions deducted from pay are not remitted. And I feel that this should be one of the key take-homes from this discussion. Abid, I want to turn to you now. Coming to the defined benefit plans. You know, we've spent a lot of time talking about contribution arrears, but we also have these all defined benefit plans, and we heard there's only 55 now. Okay? And most of these are closed defined benefit plans. They still have actuarial deficits. Abid, from where you sit as an actuary, do you think that the minimum funding standard, it was initially 80%, now at 100% funding level, is that still okay? Do you feel there is a need to prescribe the actuarial basis for determining minimum funding standards?
Thank you, Sandeep. I think in terms of the minimum funding requirements, as you've rightly said, it's now at 100%, which is, it actually has put a lot of pressure on employers to get their schemes fully funded. And even if you go back to how schemes moved from defined benefit using the formula to defined contribution, it was largely driven by being underfunded. So indeed, the 100% is very good, because even on the DC side, technically they should be 100% funded as well. In terms of how the funding is determined, because it requires the actuary to do the calculations and come up with what should be the amount of funds that should be in the scheme, which is then compared to the actual assets. One thing that maybe was there in the past was that depending on the actuary, assumptions could be changed. And of course, the issue about assumptions is that they can be used to reflect better positions. I think there hasn't been a prescribed actuarial basis, but I know that the RBA has been scrutinizing actuarial assumptions a lot. And it would be good to have some prescribed assumptions that should be used. And of course, this benefits by having a more consistent way of measuring deficits from one valuation to the next valuation. So I think that would be a very useful way to do it in the industry, either through the RBA issuing some guidelines or even coming up with some regulations on how those assumptions would be set, and so that there can be consistency in terms of measuring deficits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abed. I support that I think it is high time that we now had a prescribed basis for determining minimum funding standards. And I think this is where, as a tangible action, the RBA and the Actuarial Society of Kenya can hold a discussion, come to a consensus, so that we have a uniform basis for minimum funding standards. Thanks, Dr. Chugun. I want to come back to you. We're running short of time now, so we've got about 10 minutes, so quick answers now. The one question that Mr. Ngutu posed in his presentation is the affordability of pension schemes. So if, for example, the contribution rate is 20% and the sponsor is struggling to make those contributions, is there a need to relook at what he called, these are not my words, Mr. Ngutu's words, the generosity of some of these schemes? Is it not better to say, we promise you what we can afford, rather than showing you the world and then failing to deliver? What's your sense as now universities in terms of your overall design of your benefits?
Thank you, Sadiq. It's also interesting to listen to my colleagues, like my Learned Fred, and I got worried that I can be jailed for mistakes that are not my own making. I want to give a very quick understanding of what is happening. For me to be able to pay my university staff and everything, remittances, I need a gross salary, growth package of 406 million per month. What you are getting from the exchequer is 202 million. Last month we got 89 million. That's about 23% of the salary. So when you say in the new regulations and the new law, the guy who is not remitting the salary, he should be punished heavily. At times it's good to see the crisis at the public universities. And good question from Sadip, the 20%. As I sit here, I see the need to be flexible. If you have a crisis like the one we have, is it possible that during that period of crisis, as you look for a way forward, that you can reduce these to 10%? Because it's a crisis. Yeah? So, and that could be one of the way forward, that during crisis, can we readjust? Can we adjust this 20% so that at least we are together? Because this is something you need to, the way forward it should be looked at correctively. That would be my reaction.
Dr. Chogana, that will certainly not be a popular decision, but let's move on to Veronica. Veronica, I mean, I hear that one of the remedial measures that some of the counties are proposing is to transfer some of that land to you as a county, as LAP fund, for example. Do you think that's a poison chalice, or is it the right move?
Thank you, Sandeep. And kindly allow me to delve into your previous question, though it's not mine, because I feel there's something we can do as an industry, starting from the RBA, and it's good that Mr. Ngudu is here as part of the panelists. Now, when we call the 20% generous package and say we are promising something generous that we can't afford, and I believe that this convention today is not, it's not just a coincidence that we are launching both the strategic plan and the national retirement benefits policy. And we're also here discussing, having this convention and discussing these challenges. The three must be tied somewhere at the hip. Therefore, if the national retirement benefits policy is talking about adequacy and alleviating old age poverty, and even addressing the retirement, the replacement rate, then this 20%, I'm sure, is designed to do that. So we cannot be flexible, reduce contributions, and spare what is affordable or what the crisis is at the moment, if again we want to safeguard dignity in retirement and we want to have a good replacement rate. Even the 40% by ILO is too low. It should be somewhere 75% and above. So we have, this is a balance act that we must play with. So to my question, yes, the counties or our sponsors generally sometimes do have debt swap arrangements with us. Cash is of course more preferable because then, one, the schemes need liquidity, and two, we can easily put cash into investments where we are going to earn investment income for the members. But the debt swaps, where we swap debt with property, is also a welcome and an alternative method of debt collection. As they say, a bird in the pocket is worth two in the bush. You'd rather pick what is quickly available. So this has been a low-hanging fruit, but then again, it's not a blanket acceptance. One, you have to make sure that the land or the property you are getting is in a good location. It is prime, because by the end of the day, you have to get an investment income from it. If it is empty land, then it is an non-income earning asset. So we get into programs where we convert them into income earning. The conversion is a continuous process where, for example, we have housing development projects ongoing, which we are selling off plan already, and therefore this cash is being converted into liquidity and investments for members. So it may not be a very popular method, but it is a good alternative. And so far, what we have accepted as debt swaps has been prime, and it is under conversion. This does not just happen locally. There is the case of the British Airways, which their pension scheme has over time been taking over even vessels, planes, and it is referred to in London as a pension scheme that flies planes. So the debt swap arrangements are all over the
Okay, thank
world.
you, Veronica.
Thank
So
you.
I think that's a useful point, that a bird in the hand is worth more.
All right,
than
Mr. Sandeep, I'm giving you 5 more minutes quickly. So wrap
Okay,
up.
so in the last 5 minutes, just one quick question for you, Dr. Kagika. With your new scheme that is doing very well, 140 billion, how do you ensure that you don't fall into the same precarious position?
Okay, very well. Thank you, Sandeep. Now, on the part of non-remittances by government-associated agencies, the PS did mention about the initiative of integrating the IPPD and every payment by those state-related agencies to be on IPPD and linked to IFMIS. I think we are at such an advanced stage, and I have the privilege of sitting in that committee. So I do know that it's it's making very steady efforts, and within a very short time we should be receiving very positive reports from that. Now, in terms of the PSSS, the Public Services Superannuation Scheme, the employer component is a total of about 2.5 billion monthly. Government has not fallen behind at any moment in the 3.5 years it has been in existence. I think partly so because the commitment to make sure, and the lessons learned also from those other agencies. So as long as you can keep pace and you're not falling behind in a month, then it doesn't become a burden. And I do think that this is probably part of the reason why some of these agencies, the universities, find themselves where they let these accumulation to a point where then it looks such a heavy debt. But I do think also other agencies need to look at what can they commercialize and be able to realize the shortage that they have from the exchequer, because for sure most of these agencies have the capacity to generate own revenue, which would go a long way to filling the gap that is there from the exchequer. But having said that, let me also say an important thing that the PSSS does, and which we're also now doing in the other scheme, is the tracking and monitoring through technology of the remittances, and prompting when the data are almost falling due. It's important. So again, leveraging on technology for that kind of tracking. The regulatory framework that is in place, and the penalties that are also provided for in this Public Service Remuneration Scheme Act, provided for those penalties. We've not had any time and any reason to cough onto that, because government has been on time, and there is no indication that that there is going to be those circumstances where non-remittance is an issue in the scheme.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kagika. It's good to hear that the biggest scheme in the country is receiving its contributions regularly, on time, every month. And there were some good suggestions for what the counties and the universities can do. There is still so much that we could discuss, but time is not on our side. Ordinarily, I would have asked each of the panelists to give a closing remark. I just want to ask if there's any comments or contribution from the floor, any ideas or suggestions.
All right, you will lift up your hands. We shall have a roving microphone. Let me have somebody with a roving microphone down here.
So can we just take maybe 2 to 3 contributions max, and please keep them short. So I think I saw Simon first, Mr. Wafubwa, if I can have you, and then Mr. Mwangangi. And lastly, sorry, I know you, but I forget the name. Benson, okay. So shall we have Simon first? Simon, maybe you want to come in front so you can be seen. So Mr. Wafubwa from Enwealth.
Thank you so much, Sandeep, and panelists, and I congratulate the regulator for hosting us in this convention. So straight into my contributions, I think this is a crisis that we are all responsible, and we owe a national duty to our citizens in this space of retirement planning, so that they can achieve a dignified retirement life. A few of my contributions. I think the 43 billion is just a tip. The big elephant is the unremitted pensions to our civil servants who haven't gotten paid for many months. My proposal on that is, why can't you annuitize? Because government is borrowing at 18%, to pay. But you can, when you annuitize, you'll get insurance companies pricing at 12%. You cut back cost. 2, for the unremitted contributions of 53 billion, why can't we do, you find, I'll give you an example, like the Ministry of Water. There's a building in South Sea, is maybe 2 billion debt capital, but you have a pension scheme that has some liquidity. Why can't we do structured REIT, PPP, integrated with PPP? You unlock value in those properties or whatever. Government achieves its strategic objectives, and pension funds start to realize some income, because it's REIT, being given land and you don't have capacity to translate value on it, you still end up with the liquidity problem. So I think that will solve many problems. Number 3, we need to separate this problem into 2 phases, the history and the future, and constitute a National Pension Council that is multi-sectoral. Leaving this to the regulator alone, I don't think they have the capacity to carry the weight alone. It's a national problem. We can stand with the regulator together as sector professionals so that this conversation doesn't end here, but we continue to push together to see solutions, particularly in the discussions that we have. My last two is that can we integrate this into the issues of remittance, into the performance management, particularly for those institutions that have ability to pay, but they are not actually doing that. My last is that whereas we're dealing with the history, can we also have data analytics through predictive modeling to have clarity of the future? We are working. Right now we are firefighting. We are dealing with the history, which is more expensive. But if we have clarity of the future we're working, we'll play proactivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, for those very useful contributions. Can we have Mr. Mwangangi? Boniface, I'm going to request if you can please keep it short, because I don't want to, I'm between the audience and lunch, so I don't want us to. So.
Is it a supposition that I probably will talk for too long?
Mr. Mwangangi, your reputation precedes you.
Thank you. Thank you, comrades. My name is Boniface Mwangangi. An administrator at Kenya. Point. We can speak. Start with one. Dr. Kagika has told us that they have a problem with a number of things where ministries delay records. Daktari, do you think that it is necessary for you to link ministries to the National Treasury so that you can track the records of employees of government and ensure that you know when they are employed, you know when they are leaving, so that you only remain with knowledge of so-and-so has left and why? For the rest of the speakers, Dr. Juguna, my brother, I have overheard you, but there is a time I served the Retirement Benefits Authority. It's my pleasure to say I still hold the fiduciary position for Retirement Benefits Authority. We were informed by a director from the National Treasury that they do not refuse to fund that particular item in the budget which concerns salaries and pension benefits. And we acted on that one. We still believe it is true. If then money reaches a university today, and the university applies the money relating to pension to another cause, then what is its priorities? My understanding of employment is the best resource that an employer must protect is the human being, the employee. Why would pension funds then be diverted to other activities of the university? We look at this and say, when lastly I attended school, I was informed that a university's business is research and teaching. Would you, comrades, like to just check whether probably universities are engaging in other activities other than the principal business and probably diverting money, including pension funds, to those activities? I have overheard you, Jackson, and that is very good of you to say you need help. As we speak today, Sandeep, much as I want to close, the government of the Republic of Kenya has obeyed law insofar as pension savings is concerned. Why? Pension schemes are private organizations holding private monies. And the governments don't interfere where private citizens are engaged in their own activities. And the following arrangements have been made in regard to pension funds. Number one, there is an act of parliament which deals with summary recovery of retirement benefits or debts from a person who is owing another money. For you to use that law, you only need, those who understand, like my brother there, you only need a notice of motion and an affidavit in support. File it in court, and you will be given your judgment. It does not require consent of the director of public prosecution. As we speak today, there is a law which prevents conversion. Conversion, Sandeep, is where you deduct money from an employee for a particular purpose, which is pension, and you don't remit. That provision is in our law, it is in the penal code. And as we speak now, we are aware that the Retirement Benefits Act has provision for prosecution of offenders who do a thing like the one we are talking about today, of converting pension funds into other activities by not remitting them to the pension scheme. Jack, my brother, would you like to consider going to the Retirement Benefits Act and prosecuting those who you think have delayed remittance of pension funds?
All right. I think we can take another round of questions. We'll give you another opportunity to raise some of these things in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Sandeep. My name's Benson Ambuni. For those who are seeing me for the first time, I'm the National Chairman of the Retirees Benefits and Claims Welfare Association of Kenya. It's a public sector intermediary association. And before, I really wanted to speak because perhaps Director would have not been here in the afternoon, and I'm not speaking or I'm not acting for him. But allow me to debunk one thing, Bwana Sandeep, and for your benefit and for the benefit of Bwana Kangangi, that 80% of the suffering of pensioners is domiciled in the parent employer agencies. I had a chance to interact with the Directorate of Pension, not even him, but the Directorate. But the processes that are undertaken at the National Treasury at Bima House are things you can trust and you can follow up and be able to know what is happening. 9 months into the activities of interacting with the real members who have retired from public sector have made me cry. Because in the public sector, you have an employer who retains a file of an employee for even 16 years. I have a case of Ministry of Health for 5 years. I have a case in LAM for 21 years. They are still there. So debunk the issue kwamba there is a problem at the Bima House. Bima House right now is something you can trust, and the leadership under director is something we are now seeing hope that things will be better as we move on. We have problems in the ministries, and Public Service Commission that have been here to be able to be told the ministries are the people killing the employers. When I come to our sister, the county governments where LAB fund is talked about, it is just a question of patriotic morality. Because if we know we are Kenyans and we all respect the old who have retired, because we know these funds were built primarily by people who most of them have retired, and they have a history. Some of them started in early 90s, some of them in 80s. And those people who retired were the backbones of these schemes to come to where they are. It is very immoral to deny them money for one reason or the other. There is something that must be done, and because we are here as a convention, we have to agree and make decisions which will require escalation from their office, RBA, and even to the highest authority of interventional nature to be able to rescue those people who are dying. We have a segment which I must touch, Bwana Sandeep, if you allow me just for a minute.
Okay, can we make it brief now,
Yes,
Mr. Benson?
somebody who retires while serving on a temporary terms. The only retirement benefit these people normally retain are savings from their SACCO societies. And today, as we stand here, we have people who have not withdrawn their SACCO society deposit. They have not got refunds from their previous SACCO society for as long as 26 years. And we have ministries responsible for that. Governments are there, and we look at it. How I wish RBA was to look at a possibility where SACCO society shares in retirement become part of
their responsibility, because even if we talk about SASRA, SASRA is not conspicuously dealing with the deposits in retirement. They are doing majorly supervisory and administrative role in active member circle activities.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Benson. Some good suggestions from you, and a nice vote of confidence in Mr. Kagika. And I really like your point about morality. I think even Mr. Mangangi, I wish we could have given you more time, because you were actually giving solutions to some of the challenges that are being faced. And thank you for the good work that you do at APTAC as well. I think if the MC will allow, we'll just have one final contribution. Maybe I should look this way now.
Maybe you can just allow them to answer those questions, and then you take another 2 questions.
Just one more question from this side. My good friend, please, can you, from the NSSF. And if we can please keep your comments and contributions brief.
Thank you so much. My name is Richard Rory. I want to start by thanking RBA for this convention, and also to pick on what my brother Jackson said, the promise on the contribution rate. And I liked what my sister Veronica said, that seriously, by touching on that, you'll be compromising on the ILO Convention minimum standards of 1952. And I want to just take 1 minute and share with you the mistake that was done with the former NSSF Act Cap 258, which was to be at 5%, but then it was compromised to meet what my brother Jackson is saying, that now if you can't meet 5%, then let's have 5% at 200 shillings. And my brother Aichura, you know the consequences of that. And that is why, to date, all those that were saving with NSSF with the 200 retired with nothing that you can call adequacy. I propose that we strengthen compliance. And like the NSF Act number 45, section 55, jail the officer in charge and penalize the institution, and also at bank rates.
Thank you very much, Richard, for your contribution as well. I think we really don't have time for any further contribution now. This has been a really engaging discussion. I think we could have carried on for much longer. There's some very good observations, recommendations, proposals. Jackson, I hope there was somebody from the RBA taking notes. And I'm sure that in the next 2 days, we can still discuss some parts of this contribution, because if we don't deal with it, we will have a challenge in the country. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the RBA once again, thank the panelists. I just want to zero in on the point that Richard has made and Veronica made. I feel at the end of the day, there should be no compromise on retirement security. And I feel that actually as a country, and I would like to say that, not in a bad way, but I feel that the National Retirement Benefits Policy ought to have provided for minimum, compulsory, mandatory contribution rates in our country, because it is long, long overdue. We should have nobody excluded from saving. And the rates of contribution to provide adequate benefits need to be of the orders of at least 17, 18%, and Abid will agree with me. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Can you give my panelists a very big round of applause? They've done a good job. And to everybody who's also made a contribution to this discussion, thank you all very much. I hand you back to the MC. I'm sure he'll tell us where the lunch is going to be served.
All right, thank you very much. I was feeling inclined to deny them lunch at this hour because they delayed to make it to the auditorium. But where is Kiplagat? Kiplagat, before you exit from that end, there's Kiplagat who is supposed to bring gifts to you for the fantastic job that you've done. Let's appreciate them once more for those wonderful contributions. Kiplagat, I'm waiting for you so that you reward the panelists, and then I will tell you what next. Tupigie Kiplagat na timu yake makofi. Like I told you, wamejipanga vizuri. And thank you, Sandeep, for wonderful moderation of your panel. I think at this point you have managed time very well, which means then we'll start the afternoon session in good time. Remember, we are here for 2 days, and I have giveaways to give. I have gifts to give in the afternoon session, so you had better come back. I have some goodies. Yeah? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation in that panel. And thank you, Kiplagat. Thank you very much, the team led by Sandeep. You can come back to your positions. Let's appreciate them once more for their contributions. And clearly there's a lot of work that needs to be done towards that effect. Thank you very much. Before I tell you what else to do, in the formulation of a policy that was launched today by PS Dr. Chris Kipto, alongside the chair and the CEO, was Dr. Shem Ouma, who was the co-chair of the task force that came up with the policy. Where is Dr. Ouma? Dr. Ouma, where is Dr. Ouma? Dr. Shem Ouma. Just stand up. Let's appreciate this gentleman. He was the co-chair of the task force that came up with that policy we launched today. I understand he's now retired. We wish you all the very best. This topic cannot be more timely than this for you, right? Asante, thank you very much, Dr. Shem. We appreciate you. At this point, I want us to step out for lunch, and we are going to take exactly how much time do you want to take for lunch? How much time? The other time I came calling up everybody to come back to the room. How much time do you want to take? 40 minutes? Yeah? 1 hour? Do we have a consensus? We are taking 1 hour, and at the end of 1 hour, we'll all be congregating here? Is that okay? All right. So let's proceed for lunch. Thank you very much. I think there are vouchers that will be issued, so make sure you have one as you exit. Let's proceed for lunch.
Chokehold, no release, no lie, he knows how to keep receipts. But I know, no, I am not that cheap. I'm a diamond, please, but nothing will pressure me. Pure force energy.
We have 2 exits. Excuse me. We have 2 exits where you're going to get that voucher. That exit there and the other exit on that other end. Those are the only 2 exits where you will get the lunch voucher. So please kindly exit through those exits. The 2 exits. Where those cameras are, the camera on the left and the other one on the right, those 2 exits is where you will get your voucher for lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
ungizwisa kabuhlungu indlela ungiphethe ngayo uvusa balele. I'm sorry my baby ngicela uxolo ngikuxolele my baby you didn't mean it isathanda mna. I'm sorry my baby ngicela uxolo I'm so sorry now ngikuxolele my baby you didn't mean it isathanda mna. Sabalele uvusabalele uvusabalele uvusabalele. Silibale izinto zakudala. I said I miss you, I really miss you. So sorry now. I'm sorry my baby ngicela uxolo ngikuxolele my baby you didn't mean it isathanda mna. I'm sorry my baby ngicela uxolo I'm so sorry now ngikuxolele my baby you didn't mean it isathanda mna. Uvusabalele uvusabalele. Yeah.
Pay attention to your screen. Pay attention to that screen. That was the Slido login. So you can indicate your name in that slide. We'll be answering these trivia questions in about 2 minutes. It will be one question at a time. Then we'll be able to pick winners that will be awarded at the end of your session. So pay attention, log in. Kindly tell us your name there. We'll see it. Log into slido.com. And there you see the... Let's do this. And then the questions will be up. And for the trivia questions, RBA staff are going to skip this. But you can log into Slido, yeah? We will see your presence, but you have to skip this one, particularly the trivia. Yeah? As you do that, Ben, I'm still waiting for your signal. I'm told I need to guide people through the process of joining Slido. Go to your browser. Just go to your browser. Once you go to your browser, type slido.com. Go to your browser, type slido.com. Are you there? Slido.com. Then click on it. Click on it and follow through. There's that code you see there. It will ask you for the code, which is 1132523, as just as is indicated on the screen. Yeah. Your browser, slido.com, and click on it. It will ask you for the code. The code is as on your screen, 1132523. Then we'll participate in this trivia. It will also ask you to indicate your name. Indicate it there so that we participate in this poll. Yeah, people continue to log in, and I see you, Alison, Charles, Mwihaki, Sami K, Michael Obonyo, Vero, Morris. There's another one calling themselves Pension. Okay, Dr. Bevlin, Jared, Charles, Papa, Papa Aroma, surely. Hey, next it will be Kingi. All right. So let's continue logging in because I want us to put up the quiz, and then the first 4 people that get it correctly will be the recipients of the giveaway before we start the other session. So like I said, it's a very easy process. You just go to slido.com, and then once you're in there, it will ask you for that code. Put in that code, input that code, 1132523. It will ask you whether you want to join the RBA Slido. Say yes, indicate your name, and there you are. Uko ndani. Simple as chewing gum. So I'm assuming everybody is set. Can we put up the quiz now? Yeah? And I said RBA guys are going... RBA guys are going to time out on this one. Because I mean, how can you assess your own exam? Not right. All right. So come, let's put up the question. The first question, right? And you have 10 seconds to answer the question. Right? So focus. In which year did reforms in the Kenyan retirement benefits sector begin? 1963, 2000, 97, 2010. Make your answer. Na hiyo swali tumepita. Wow. Okay. Okay. This guy's got... Well. Okay. We have another question. So this thing is going to pick out the winners that will be awarding. So the next question. Which one of the following is not regulated by RBA? The answers are right there. Pick one. Okay. Here we go. I mean, you still can monitor the winners. Well, this is Jared Obiero. Anyway, let's go to the next question. Which institution was regulating retirement benefit schemes before commencement of the reforms in the sector? I would have gone with the none of the above, but then again. All right, there you have. Let's check the activity board. Oh, Jared, amelemewa kidogo around hii. Okay. Let's go to the next question. What is the current cycle of the RBA Strategic Plan 2024 to 2029? If you pick the 15th, you're correct. All right. See what the board says. Charles. Jared has retreated. Okay. Which asset class are retirement benefit savings most invested in? Naweza chukua mashamba ya Kamulu. It's also an answer. Go to the next question. The other question, the following are 2024 Olympics gold medalists from Kenya, except Ben Kamote. an answer here. These are 10 seconds. A question has overstayed on the screen. You can Google. Yeah? Doesn't do what? Okay. This is how it felt at Bomas in 2022. You're refreshing the server. I think now you can be able to vote. Yeah. Right. 3 more questions and we are done. Let's see. 4 actually. The other question, which one of the following is not a core value in RBS strategic plan? I hope you have submitted your answer. Okay, there are people who feel transparency is not. Okay. The next question. What is the current pension coverage ratio in Kenya? Current pension coverage ratio in Kenya? Okay. Who is the current government spokesperson in Kenya? The current government spokesperson in Kenya. And I would imagine Nelson Havi is the correct answer. Lastly, the PS for Economic Planning of the National Treasury. Yeah, David D. Yeah, see? There's 5% of us who believe D is the guy. Let's see the board. It's Charles. It's Charles. Who is this Charles? Charles, by the time I was checking, there were about 5 Charleses who had logged in. Who is the Charles? Eh? Anyway, we have the winners there. The IT team is going to help us pick the 4 that will be rewarded at the end of this session. So I think at this point, we are good. And that is how the leader board looks like. That's how we are faring. I want us now to get to the next session, just like we agreed. So we shall be awarding them at the end of this session. So to handle the conversation of the twin challenge of pension coverage and adequacy, The moderator of this session is Ms. Angela Okinda, the CEO, Equity Life Assurance. Let's welcome her with a big clap. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It doesn't sound like you've had lunch. Good afternoon. Oh, fantastic. As introduced, my name is Angela Okinda, currently leading the insurance business for Equity Group, and delighted to have an opportunity to be here. For those of you who know my history, I am a native of RBA, and so delighted to actually see this institution grow from strength to strength, having been the bedrock of my career as a professional in the pensions and insurance industry. As I kick off this session, I thought I would start off with a little story, now that you've had some lunch to keep you a little bit excited. And I thought I would share with you something which is called the iron triangle of life. And as we go into the conversation around the twin challenge of adequacy and coverage, it would be very interesting to hear from you what you think about your personal journey when it comes to the iron triangle of life. Now, the story of the iron triangle of life starts with a question. Being a triangle, it means that it has three elements. And being an iron triangle, it then means that one cannot achieve all the three successfully. In the pursuit of two elements of the iron triangle, it is inevitable that you will sacrifice the third. The three elements of the iron triangle are as such. The first element is time. The second element is health. And the third element is money. When I look at the average age across the room, and I don't know whether it's because this is a retirement forum, Mr. Mashira, I can almost guess which one is being sacrificed at the moment. I would like to start by asking, when you look at, and particularly those who are below the age of 30, and you look at the focus of their lives, which is really pursuing academic pursuits, setting up life, starting off, it is easy to believe that the thing that they sacrifice, or the thing that is elusive to anyone below the age of 30 is what? It is money. Because at below 30, you have time, and you're very energetic, so definitely you have health. And so the one thing that they do is chase money. That is the beginning of life. As we move to the next stage, which we like to call the accumulation stage, we're in pursuit of, I think we're still pursuing money. I bet some of us are still below age, let me say below retirement age. Now at this stage, what usually happens, you're very busy setting up careers, setting up families, setting up businesses, right? Committing all your capital, committing all your energy. You are probably a large borrower, and hopefully a borrower from Equity Bank. You probably have several commitments within the community, disclosed or undisclosed. You probably have several children, named and unnamed. You probably are a community who contributes not only to church, but to funerals, because we know that we don't take funeral covers. You're probably paying bills, and more bills, and paying fees and fees, working hard and getting more and more education. At this stage of life, between the three items, time, money, and health, which one do you think is the compromise on the iron triangle? I'm hoping to get an answer from the floor. Usually it is health. And I would wager we're talking about retirement, but the reality is this is the time when we see a lot of high blood pressure, a lot of hypertension. There are those who try and battle it by going back to the gym, whether it is for real or whether it is aesthetic, but usually the sacrifice at the accumulation stage in the pursuit of money usually is health. When we come to the last stage, which typically comes 5 to 7 years before retirement, it becomes a reflective age where we start to look at what we call our sunset years, or what we like to say is our rebirth, because life begins at 60. It's no longer at 40. So for my former boss, Sandeep Raichura, in the next 5 years, you will have a rebirth in retirement. At this stage, what has happened? You are now looking at the last couple of years. Which one have you sacrificed? Is it time, is it money, or is it health? We would like to believe that in the pursuit of money, that you've sacrificed time, you sacrificed health, and that really at retirement you should be able to have a pot of money, you should be able to have good health to enjoy your last few years, isn't it? But in reality, when someone gets to retirement, after sacrificing health, after sacrificing money, and now having a sacrifice of time, the reality is that most retirees do get to a stage in retirement where they have no more time. They get there with little money, and they get there with little health. As such, the problem we're addressing today is about completing the full triangle of life, where we would like our retirees to have a good time in retirement, but to get there with enough money, but also get there in good health so that they can enjoy their sunset years. So for this afternoon session, and as I invite you to reflect on your personal journey and reflect on which sacrifice you're making at the moment in your pursuit of a better life, I would like to introduce our first presenter, which is Mr. David Nyakundi. Mr. David Nyakundi is currently a partner at Simba & Simba Advocates, having over 40 years experience in the pensions industry. Prior to Simba & Simba Advocates, he was the CEO of the Uganda Benefits Retirement Authority, and prior to that, he was the head of supervision at the Retirement Benefits Authority. By profession, he is a lawyer, but on a personal note, he's quite argumentative. So we look forward to this engagement. Welcome, Mr. Nyakundi.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I've worked with Angela since she started working, and I don't know whether I presented myself as one who is argumentative, but I think she was just pulling my leg. When I was asked to do this presentation, it was framed in a manner that I need to provide solutions for adequacy and coverage. And when I spoke with Angela earlier, I told her I don't have the answers. But nonetheless, I'll do the presentation anyway. So probably the answers will come from the panelists when we shall be discussing this subject. Thank you so much, Charles, CEO of RBA, and your team. I appreciate the Treasury for the work you were able to do for the development of the National Retirement Benefits Policy, which was finally launched today. For those who gave views during us, we moved around the country to get in views and thoughts around the policy. I also want to thank you for the support that you gave us. So let's go to this subject of coverage and adequacy. I'll do a brief introduction and consider some of the issues around these two items of coverage and adequacy. What are the issues really? Why we need adequacy, and how our system is arranged and how it does impact on these two issues. Then I'll give some options at the end of probably what could be done. If we are talking about pensions, there are two critical objectives we are looking at. One, consumption smoothing. Second, mitigation against poverty or poverty relief in old age. So Pension schemes are therefore critical in dealing with financial security issues in retirement. And adequacy enables us to have assets to live on when we retire until our last day comes. The risk of outliving your savings is always critical and very common in this country, and therefore adequacy becomes important. In this country, of course, the major segment of our pension industry is what we call contributory schemes, which assist government in cutting down the cost or expenditure on providing pensions to the citizens. The only challenge with it, it does limit on who can participate in contributory pension schemes, because if you make sure it is funded or a contributory, then of course there's a large segment of the population who will not participate in a contributory system. So what are the issues we are dealing with here when you talk about coverage and adequacy? Number one, as we probably know, coverage is low in Kenya, just like many other sub-Saharan African countries. RBI has put it at 26 in terms of the percentage of coverage. It could be lower than this if you do a more critical analysis on the numbers who are employed, the population between, I don't know whether it is 16 or 18 to 60 or 65, what you may call the workable population. And the major reasons for low coverage are majorly two in most parts of the world, including Africa. Number one is a high level of labor informality. Number two, the traditional systems that we have adopted from our colonial masters of a contributory system, which makes sure that only those people who have a regular income can participate. So those two reasons contribute greatly to what you may call low coverage in most of the countries in Africa, including our country here. There have been reforms since 1997 to 2000 focused around this industry, but if you critically look at the reforms which we carried in the year 1997 to 2000, they were largely focused on protection of member interests to a large extent, because previously the problem was exposure of member interests by employers, so the law was more focused on how to protect a member from losing their money. We didn't pay too much attention to coverage, and I think time has come for us now to refocus on this question. Of course, we did introduce IPPs at that time, individual pension plans, but as you may tell from statistics, we do not have what you may call a great impact of the informal sector or the informal sector participating in the pension system in spite of those regulations which we did in the year 2000. So low coverage usually points to a weak system or an ineffective system which we need to address. And with a contributory system, formal sector coverage should be high, ideally, in the formal sector. That's the assumption, that because we have a contributory system, then everybody else who earns a salary regular, whether in a domestic environment at home or somewhere in some small SME, they should be participating. That's the ideal situation. But nonetheless, even with that, it still doesn't. Every person who is employed is supposed to be participating with NSSF, but as we all know, that compliance under NSSF Act is between 50 to 60%. We're going to get more accurate information on that during the panel discussion. So the question is, why can't we have everybody who is formally employed participating? There are a number of reasons around that which we need to discuss. So those who participate from the informal sector, who are not too many, they make low contributions, and of course that compromises adequacy. And we also need to focus on what do we do if we want to bring everybody on board from the informal sector. Are we sure that they'll be able to save enough for them to live on when sunset days come? income replacement, which is basically a measure of how adequate your pensions are. In Kenya here, we allow 40%, which is the international standard issued by ILO. So I think RBA, in terms of its strategic plan, is working towards raising the income replacement rate. So, and this is largely occasioned by leakages that we always see in the system and short-term saving periods that people have. People start working late and they exit early. And of course, some of the design issues around these schemes which we operate probably will not be able to give you a lot of money to live on in retirement. So with NSSF, as I said earlier, coverage ought to be high, especially in the formal sector. But we see it low because of what I've said earlier. Compliance levels with NSSF are always not optimal. They are not 100%. Our occupational schemes are voluntary, and therefore employers are not under any obligation to provide pension arrangements for their workers. Some of the SMEs that we have in this country will probably prioritize in doing their business rather than putting money aside for their workers to participate in a pension scheme. So an issue of priority and the cost elements within these organizations will always hinder them from setting up pension funds. It is also possible that trust issues could be playing a role here, that some people don't think that they trust the system for them to save long term. We also know that some of the employers could actually say, or even workers could argue, that why can't we put money in SACCOs rather than put money in a pension fund where they can borrow every year and support their financial needs in short term. So extension of coverage to informal sector workers is always a challenge when you look at that subject, especially in this part of the world where there's a lot of informality in the labor market. And why it is difficult to have extended coverage in the informal sector, one of the reasons is this sector is largely heterogeneous. We have various diverse workers within the informal sector. There are some who are really, who employ themselves per each day and make money that day, and that's all. The others who have a business to run, they are somewhat regular. Their earnings are up and down. So it's quite heterogeneous sector. Secondly, the informal sector workers may not have regular incomes, and therefore our pension systems, which is designed to make regular contributions, doesn't fit in to their lifestyle, especially the lifestyle of earnings. The workers in this sector are always subject or susceptible to short-term shocks. You can give an example. An informal worker earning a little amount of money, when a member of the family gets sick, everything is wiped out. They will not even think of saving money. So they're always exposed very quickly with shocks which may emerge either in the market or at the individual level, and therefore it becomes a disincentive on their part to save for retirement, which is basically long-term. And the individuals in the sector sometimes are very difficult to trace or reach. You don't know where they are. We don't have very good data on how to trace and find them and actually put together on how they work. So some in the urban areas, some in the rural areas, and we don't have very good accurate data to know exactly where they are. So informal sector scheme must be designed uniquely to appreciate all these circumstances under which this sector operates. It's not like the formal sector, which is straight, you are employed every month, you are earning a salary, and therefore you can contribute. We need to think through what is the right scheme that can work for this heterogeneous framework under which the informal sector operates. So there have been efforts, of course, which we have been discussing this morning, some efforts to enhance coverage in the informal sector since the year 2000. First, we did the regulations on the individual retirement benefit schemes, and as per the RBA website records, I saw there are 48 individual schemes which are already registered as of September 2023. The assumption is that this could have helped the providers of these programs to reach out to the informal sector workers and have them registered for purposes of enabling them to save for retirement. Secondly, there have been efforts like in Bao, which has been quite studied by many countries in the world. Basically, an individual scheme for the informal sector workers, Juakali, triggered then. The story around Juakali doesn't speak too much these days. I don't know what has happened. And thirdly, the KICC one, which was the government initiative as a national scheme for the informal sector workers. If you ask somebody in the street about KICC, they wouldn't know it. We don't have a lot of information, data, probably until it is properly launched, as the PS did mention in the morning, then we can know exactly how it is operating and how it can work out for the good of the informal sector workers in this country. So these have been efforts in this country to expand coverage to the informal sector. But as I said earlier again, we have not seen much impact of these efforts in terms of widening coverage to the informal sector. Our system is traditional, just like it was left to us by the colonial masters. Zero pillar, of course, is a new entrant into this system. That's the Inua Jamii for the elderly above 70, I think. Then pillar 1, which is basically NSSF. Then pillar 2, occupational schemes. And the pillar 3, we have the IPPs, individual pension plans. That's what we have in this country. And this is not so unique from some of the countries that I know in Africa. So the question is whether the way they has been designed will contribute to coverage, or it is limiting. If you look at the entire of that framework of our pension arrangement, you'll actually discover that apart from pillar 0, the Inua Jamii, which will probably cover anybody who is poor at age 70 and above, the rest are to a large extent premised around people who are formally employed. Of course, pillar 3 was premised on the assumption that we shall be able to get people who are not formally employed from the informal sector, but most of the schemes which have been established as IPPs, they actually target people who are employed. And therefore, the people who are informally employed, probably very few of them are participating in IPPs. So some of the data that we have seen in the market...
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay. I thought I was given that minutes by the moderator. But I'll see how to manage that. So, okay. Some of the information that we have is that only 6% of retirees depend on pensions, which is interesting, why we have a whole pension system and only 6% are relying on their pensions for survival and retirement. 91% of Kenyans depend more than they earn, right? So we are living on, in quotes, overdrafts of sorts. Insurance companies will tell you we live about 25 years after we have retired, which is quite a long period of time. Some people will live longer than that. So the risk of outliving your savings is always high. The other data is what has been spoken of quite a bit in the morning. I don't wish to mention much of that. And I think even the glance of the industry was given to us by KICC in the morning in terms of data in the market. This is the data of December 2023, not 2024. And I think they gave us the latest information. I don't need to repeat. But in addressing coverage and adequacy, many countries with the labor informality like Kenya are always struggling on how to find solutions to this problem. The reality is that not everyone in these countries, or any other country for that matter, will be able to save for retirement, and therefore a policy to social assistance is always a critical thing. My recent studies around Latin American countries, they have started thinking seriously that as one of the ways of extending coverage is to make sure that the social insurance programs of the elderly is working well and is well expanded. Why? Because most people will probably run through their active years of life without saving for retirement. Each country will adopt a system which, of course, aligns to what they are experiencing in their local scene. And therefore, I propose that for informal sector workers, probably we need a law, we need a good law, which is just targeted the informal sector, addressing the minimum standards we need to see in a good running informal sector scheme. However, I will propose that this law should give RBA sufficient discretion, because if you want people to innovate a system which can work, they need to have some liberty to think through on how what is working, and RBA should have the liberty to allow some of these innovations to operate in the market without compromising the security of people's assets. If it becomes a strict arrangement, assuming that everything will operate in a similar manner, probably it will not be able to work. And I think there should be room for innovation and some relaxed rules on the part of RBA in terms of how an innovative idea can be appreciated to operate within the market. We also need to deal with costs so that we leverage on technology to cut down on costs. Some of the experiences I've seen in some countries, India, Tunisia, and others, they allow those informal sector workers to set up the arrangement. They set their terms, how they want to save, and they own the pension scheme. So the leveraging on associations and the members from the informal sector to operate this scheme will always build confidence better, and it will be able to run and grow than when we impose a system on them. And we also need to make sure that assets are professionally managed, to make sure that there's confidence built around the investments and amounts which people can make because of their irregular earnings. Because of their short-term needs, especially because these people are always exposed to short-term shocks, it's always important to have sub-accounts, some for short-term needs and some for the long-term needs. In terms of government contribution to these setups, in some countries, governments have come in terms of monetary incentives to these members of the informal sector, either in form of taxes or contributory matching contributions of those people under some conditions. And of course, one thing which is also critical in many other countries is to make sure that financial education is continuously done to the informal sector workers to make sure that they appreciate the need for saving for retirement. Now, of course, these schemes will be DC with flexibility in terms of eligibility of terms, contributions, and of course, bundled services, as I've indicated. Part of financial literacy programs will be on the payout phase to ensure they understand how they'll manage the payout phase rather than just take all the money and eat it on the same day. However, I've seen one or two countries where they have introduced compulsory participation of informal sector workers. They are not developing countries. They are largely some of the developed countries. So they call it semi-compulsion. You require participation of every informal sector to contribute in an informal sector scheme if you earn a particular amount of money every year. So from tax returns, if you are earning more than 10,000 shillings, for example, you will be required to register and participate in an informal sector scheme. It's like an auto-enrollment programs which you see in UK and in some parts of Australia and New Zealand. So we have seen other economies coming into the emerging, like gig economy, passion economy, and all these people are not covered. We need to come up with products which can attract these people, these young people, to come and participate in saving for their own retirement. So for the formal sector, as I said earlier, we need to enforce compliance with NSSF. We need to settle the issues around NSSF, especially the disputes which have been in court, so that we have confidence in the system. We also need to create more formal jobs. If we can grow the informal sector into more formal, then you are likely to see more people coming on board in terms of coverage. And of course, improved governance arrangements will also continue to build confidence in people so that they can see the need of saving for retirement. We have a large population of Kenyans working abroad, who need to be brought on board through diaspora style of pension schemes. The only question I want to challenge you with is whether we need to have compulsion of sorts, creating a compulsion in the system with the formal sector workers free to choose whether you want to participate within NSSF or any other pension fund administrator to manage your savings, which means creating a competitor of NSSF, but having the same principles to make sure that you choose as a worker where you want your money to go on a compulsion basis. So this will apply, of course, to formal sector workers, and all public officers and private sector workers will address fragmentation so that there's only one scheme for all the workers in the country, but with different administrators. Coverage will improve, may improve annuity markets, and will shut down provident funds in the market. The only downside of this arrangement is that, of course, there will be cost of marketing between PFAs, that is pension fund administrators. There will be some service providers who will close down because the competition will be too strong against each other. And of course, it will close down all DB schemes because it works only in these arrangements. So in terms of adequacy, just to wind up quickly, inadequate benefits result in declining living standards of people after retirement. In an ideal situation, we expect that all the pillars in the system contribute to one's benefit adequacy. And we do expect that Pillar 1, basically NSSF, should provide some good amount of benefits to a member. And then, of course, the other schemes become contributory schemes to continue to build your income adequacy towards retirement. And of course, our members will also participate in NIPP even when he's a member of Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and Pillar 3. So those three should come together to give you what you call adequate benefit. That's an ideal situation. Occupational schemes are intended to bridge the gap between what NSSF gives you and what is the target benefit to a member if it's a policy question. But with no benefit target in DC designs, leakages in the system, market performance in terms of investments, all this will result into low savings and low benefits at the time people retire. So the pillars in the system are not properly aligned, and we have not paid too much attention to zero pillar, Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and Pillar 3, so that they are properly synchronized in terms of contributing or supporting each other towards building enough funds for an individual retirement when you attain 60 years. Some countries do a lot of alignment, a lot of study, to make sure that all the pillars work together towards building a target benefit. We don't have that in this market, probably something which RBA needs to start thinking through about. Of course, another problem is leakages that we have in the system, and of course, the migration of DB schemes to DC had also an impact in terms of benefit adequacy. In some countries where this was done, especially Latin American countries, there have been revolts and riots among members because they think that their benefits have lost value when the system turned into DC systems. Why? Because of insufficient contributions, some non-remittances of contributions, like the case we have in this market now, and intermittent participation by some people, changing jobs from one place to another, early withdrawals, administration costs, and market risks. They all contribute into affecting the performance of a DC system. So we need, all of us, without discussing much on what's on the screen, we all need adequate benefits for us to be able to have a better life in retirement. So to deal with adequacy, we need to align the pension pillars towards a that requires some study, that requires some time to think through on how we have arranged our system to make sure they are properly aligned and supportive of each other. Secondly, the law should deal with the leakages that we have in the system. This we have discussed for many years, and I think time has come that we need to find ways of selling leakages in the system. Of course, you cannot block establishment of provident funds, but we need to say, let's discourage it using some method, either taxes or any other, so that when they retire. Provident funds give a lump sum. Most people eat it in the first year, and thereafter they live without any benefit from a pension savings, which they have been doing for the past 20 years. In terms of DC schemes, I will propose that RBA has got powers under Section 5 to regulate and supervise the establishment of schemes. Not just I think we need to start paying more attention on how they are established, whether they can be able to come up with a structure in a DC scheme which is targeted without necessarily making guarantees, and build on that promise of a target in terms of how we run that scheme until we attain that target at some point. That is something which some few countries are trying to do, and I think we can pick it at this stage. And of course, it's important to create sub-accounts so that we can deal with the issue of short-term interest of some of the members. Of course, we have done some of those through what we call post-medical retirement fund. It's basically a short-term need, which all the savers in either formal or informal need. We can create a lot more of those so that we save for other short-term needs without affecting our long-term goals in terms of retirement. Let me finish by saying this. We need to extend coverage so that we reduce poverty in old age. Secondly, we need to achieve decent life after we all work and retire. And also, we need to make sure that there is proper equity in the system by enabling most people in the market who are all saving, working and saving for retirement. They have a more equal standard of living than the inequalities that we see in the market. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I will be ready to discuss further when we get to the panel discussion. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyakundi. I think we'll invite you to join the seats at the front. I think we had already introduced you, so I'll take the moment to invite the other panelists. Today's panelists, we have a good mix of industry professionals. We'll start by calling out Mr. Simon Wafubwa to join the panel. Mr. Simon Wafubwa is currently the founder and the CEO of nWealth Financial Services. nWealth is one of the pension administrators in the Kenyan market, and he's currently leading a team of over 70 employees in 4 markets. Our next panelist we invite to the front is Ms. Rose Kwena. Ms. Rose Kwena is currently the CEO of Kenya National Entrepreneur Savings Trust, also known as NEST. She's currently leading that initiative, previously having led the micro pensions unit in 2019, and previously also having worked at the Retirement Benefits Authority as a chief manager for corporate communication, in addition to other accolades. Our next panelist, I'll invite Ms. Pauline Gadhuri. Ms. Pauline Gadhuri is a senior manager of life insurance business at the Association of Kenya Insurers, also known as AKI, or registered insurers in Kenya. Pauline has over 20 years experience in the insurance and retirement benefits sector and is a member of the Chartered Institute of Insurers. She has a breadth of experience, not only in pensions, but also in insurance, with a Bachelor's of Commerce degree from Kenyatta University. I'd like to invite our next panelist, who is Dr. Kitoni Saiti. Dr. Kitoni Saiti is a PhD holder in business administration from the University of Nairobi, having been recognized for outstanding achievements in doctoral and master's studies. She is a finance professional currently focusing on research related to investment strategies, as well as insights to the financial sector, with over 2 decades of experience. I'll next invite Mr. Evans Ombui. Mr. Evans Ombui is representing the managing trustee of the National Social Security Fund, Mr. David Koros, who couldn't be here today, but is well represented by Mr. Evans, who has over 20 years' experience in pensions. He is currently the manager responsible for registrations and collections at the NSSF. Last and definitely not least, I'd like to invite once again to the panel Mr. David Nyakundi, who made the presentation. And as earlier introduced, he is a partner at Simba & Simba Advocates, leading the commercial law practice and having over 30 years experience within the pensions industry as well as the legal practice. And then last but not least, I'll join the panel, and as earlier introduced, my name is Angela, currently leading the insurance business at Equity. So I'll invite the panelists to be welcomed as I walk across to join them. Thank you. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I can see my panelists are smiling and they're ready to go. So we'll jump into the session. We've had a very insightful presentation from Mr. Nyakundi regarding the twin challenge. And I think it's fair to say that we acknowledge that there's an issue. Currently, when you look at the savings rates, I think it's fair to say for a population at over 50 million to see 7 to 10 million saving is quite low, considering that I think that Kenya is unique for the youth dividend. The mean age in Kenya is 18. What then would happen to the fate of savings in Kenya? The other statistic that would be important to call out is, with an average, I think you had said 20 to 25% coverage ratio, that population is contributing 13 to 14% of the GDP, meaning that pensions can significantly contribute towards the national economic conversation for Kenya. So if we were to increase coverage again, what would that mean for the economy in Kenya? I'm just posing questions for the panel. Last but not least, we know that with improved healthcare, you're likely to be in retirement longer than anticipated. So with that challenge of coverage and adequacy, what then happens when we have low savings rates? So ladies and gentlemen, I have a few more questions for you, and I hope we'll engage and have a very interesting discussion before we include some of the members from the panel. Now, we admit there's a challenge, and I'd just like us to take stock of the different sectors that are affected by this particular challenge. And I'd like to invite Mr. Wafuba to first tell us, why is people in formal employment having a challenge with saving for retirement?
Thank you so much, Angie. And once again, allow me to appreciate the Retirement Benefits Authority for hosting us this afternoon on these very crucial discussions of national interest. Angie, I think we are sitting on a time bomb. So we have about 19 million Gen Z and millennials. And if we don't tackle these issues, 19 million, most of them, which means they are walking to retirement with no savings. And they are aging. Think of what they can do if they choose to occupy our homes. It's a serious issue. And I think I like that we're having this dialogue. I think some of the issues that we need to look at is that partly why they are not saving is income, disposable income is just not there because they are not working, a number of them. So even before we talk about let them save, can we empower them to earn fast? And I have a few thoughts, even just talking straight to my solutions, like to NSSF. We are making people to be compelled to contribute, even when they are closing. So allow me just quickly to talk two things. One is, can we be more innovative by integrating saving and credit? I think that will work. For example, if NSSF created an asset class for SMEs who are borrowing at 60% per annum, but these SMEs are contributing over 70% of employment, and say, fine, I have an SME credit fund. If you are complying with the NSSF, you borrow cheaply as long as you are saving. And those are the conversations. Number two, financial literacy. I think we don't have so much of that to the youth about pension. And then number three, attitude. Saving is not a function of income, it's a function of attitude. And I think if we shift this, we probably will enhance value. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon, for taking us directly to the youth. I'll come back to the informal sector. And I just want to call on Dr. Kitonyu, because I know you've done some work at Strathmore on women and youth. And a very key point has been brought out that part of the problem could be disposable earnings. I'm keen to hear your view about what potentially is the challenge, considering that Gen Zs do not intend to retire and intend to live for the moment. Is it a perception or is it a revenue issue?
Okay, thank you very much, Angela, for the question. I also want to recognize the work that RBA has done in launching the strategic plan and the policy document. I've gone through the policy document, just skimming through, and I'm impressed by what they have done. Because I'm in research, I thought of going to countries that which we kind of are similar, have similar economics, or we can borrow from, and my choice was Nigeria and India. And when I went through the policy document, I found that they had the same information that I have in my documents here. So I commend them for that. And also I was wondering whether the informal sector was included when they were developing that program, because I'm into behavioral finance and finding out what people feel so that we can design a program based on what people feel. And I saw that they have a policy there that they are going to work on something for the informal sector. But then what I do not know, okay, they say they went around the country, and I don't know what percentage of the informal sector was represented in those forums, because they should have been like 70%, because you're saying that the pension schemes are mostly represented by formal sector, so those forums should have had 70% representation from the informal sector. That is from a research point of view. If we are to come up with a document to address the issues that we are tackling today of adequacy and coverage. And now moving on to your question about the youth. The youth are impressionable. Gen Z live on impression. So videos are very important. So my question here would be, where are we looking for them in order to give them information? In the classroom, it is a real challenge to hold their attention because they are more informed by social media, TikTok, Instagram, X. We have seen that through this means they have achieved things we could not have imagined. So I would say if we want to get them to think about the future, remind them that actually they are not going to be young forever. They will not remain as Gen Z. Well, they will remain as Gen Z, but they will not always be 19-year-olds or 20-year-olds or 21-year-olds. That is going to change. Then we need to, the onus is on us to transmit this information to them. And how do we do that? By speaking their language, by finding them where they are. You remember when the president wanted forum with them, they told him to go where they are, to meet them in their spaces. So if we want to involve the majority of this population, who are the people who are below the age of 18, maybe 18 to 25-year-olds, then who make up 44% of the population, is that correct? Then I think we need to find them in those spaces. I'm happy to hear that RBA has handles in all that media space, social media space. In the university where I am at, we have to be in those spaces in order to transmit messages. And if you're not there, they will not hear what you're saying. So then also maybe we can see how to position pension. Because I was just listening to our learned friend's presentation, and it is all very logical and not sentimental. Well, you know, they operate with sentiment and heart and feeling them. So we kind of need to repackage ourselves. We need to repackage our information so that it is addressing more their hearts, so that they can feel they are being considered, because they operate a lot in the sentimental and feeling forum. So I think maybe we are not speaking their language, we're just talking to ourselves, I think. So yeah, maybe that's why we've not managed to attract many of them to these ideas of saving for the future.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kitoni. I see a large focus on the informal sector, Rose, and I know that Simon started off by telling us about challenges for formal employment, and remember in the earlier session we talked about non-remittance of contributions being a challenge. We also know that in the current macroeconomic environment that businesses as employers would have a challenge funding benefits that are not necessarily mandatory. We've talked a bit about formally employed, we've touched on youth a little bit, but what would your take be, particularly as regards the informal sector, who currently comprise 80% of the workforce?
Thank you very much, Angie. First, I would really like to appreciate RBA for the work they have done in this space, the pension space, and for this forum today, making it possible. And then before, Angie, I dive into your question, I just want to demystify something that Nyakundi David said about K-Nest not being known. If you walk around the streets and you talk to people, nobody knows K-Nest. Actually, I would be surprised if anybody would know K-Nest on the street, because K-Nest has not launched. I wasn't here in the morning, but I was told, I made to understand that the sponsor of K-Nest opened this forum, and I think he educated you a little bit on what the National Treasury, on behalf of government, is doing for the informal sector. So, you know, it would be very unusual or even inappropriate to be screaming about something that hasn't been unveiled. And that is why I think he knows, because probably he has worked with it. But nobody else would be knowing about it in the streets. Thank you. So back to the informal sector. Informal sector is a very, very unique segment. It is a very critical segment for this country. And it has been actually, forgotten by the existing pension arrangement, including the legal framework, including even the existing pensions arrangements in the country. Why is that the case? It's because the legal framework, to start with, excludes this segment. The framework was never designed to meet the unique and heterogeneous needs of this segment. The legal framework has this, is premised on the relationship between an employer and an employee. These people don't have an employer, they are not employed. Secondly, the infrastructure that we have for pensions is also just not designed to address their needs. It is like taking a square bottle and trying to fit it, forcing it into a round hole. It will never enter, it will never work. So there was a study that was undertaken by RBA in 2017, and this study identified serious gaps in the market that that signaled a gap that required government intervention. And it's because of this, the recommendations of this study, that the government, through the National Treasury, took it upon itself to put in place an infrastructure that would be designed to specifically address the unique and heterogeneous needs of these people. First, these people do not have disposable income, just like we've had. But forget even disposable income. These people earn atomistic earnings. That's what they get. And then they are intermittent. So a hawker hawking candy may go home with 50 bob in the evening. Mama Mboga may go home with 100 bob in the evening. One would go home with nothing. A boda guy would have 300 shillings in the evening. And so the way they make their decisions to spend this money and even to save it, if at all, is totally different. So you cannot have a one-size-fits-all. You have to have a multifaceted approach, in your strategies to see how you're going to ensure that each and every unique circumstance is catered for. So KNEST is actually trying to address that. There's been a lot of studies. Even after we do studies and we think that, okay, we have now designed our processes, we always go back to re-engineer, and that is why it's taking long to unveil it, but very soon it will be unveiled. This segment requires a lot of education. Why? Because we as Kenyans generally don't have a savings culture. We don't discuss finances. The topic of finance is a taboo in our culture as Kenyans. In other jurisdictions where people have a savings culture, finances are put, the monies are put on the table and everybody participates in discussing. And you don't just go and spend money. You only go spending based on an approved budget by the families. And then they know the difference between a need and a want. For us, everything is a want. I want to just gratify myself today. I don't care about tomorrow. Tomorrow will take care of itself. So there is a lot of education also that we are trying to put in place. And then the infrastructure that we need to have also must take care of affordability. This product that you want to give them must be affordable to them. Because again, like we said, they don't have disposable income. Secondly, it has to be efficient. So you must leverage technology. Technology is expensive. So that is why the government had to take this up, because I don't think anybody wants to put their money in some dead stock like that. And then thirdly, attractiveness. The product must speak to their unique and heterogeneous needs. And then lastly, convenience. Of course, convenience, we are lucky because in Kenya here, we are very advanced in as far as leveraging technology is concerned. But when we come to finance, happy to hear about language. I hear everybody here talking about retirement. These people don't retire. They die on the job. So when you talk to them about retirement, they say, what are you talking about? Then retirement goes with an age, 60. Actually, majority join after 60. So what are you telling them? The language must be right. The messaging must be correct. Everything just must be correct. So it is a whole new space of innovation that we really must look into as a country in order to really solve that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And I mean, just listening to you, you've really highlighted the SME challenge. You've mentioned a little bit about savings rate. The current savings rate in Kenya is 8%. When you compare it with other East African countries, such as Rwanda, Uganda, at 14%. So we can definitely see that we have some catching up to do. I think, Mr. Nyakundi, keen to hear your experiences around East Africa. Is this only a Kenya problem, or is this an East African challenge?
No. It's an African problem. Or you can even go beyond Africa and talk about emerging, developing economies where we have informal labor. This problem is all, in all these countries, from Chile to Africa here to some Asian countries, which have a problem of informality, like India, which has the largest number of informal labor So I can give you countries in Europe where informality of labor isn't. They have, some countries have 100% coverage, and there are about 10 or so of them. 100% coverage. But in Africa, the highest country in Africa with a higher coverage is Tunisia, followed by Mauritius, then Kenya, and then South Africa, and all that. I've looked at the pension system in Tunisia, in Mauritius, because we do a lot of reading about South Africa. The design of a pension system in Mauritius and Kenya is to a large extent the same. We have the same pillars. In Tunisia, they have a similar arrangement like Tanzania, 2 schemes, one for private sector, one for the public sector, and then the 0 pillar. The difference between these countries is the level of enforcement of law. If we enforce the law in this country, we will probably have all the formal sector workers covered, because we have a law which makes it compulsory. Then on the informal sector, we are in the same boat, same problem. What do you do? One rule which I think Rosa has mentioned, which is clear, is that each country has a unique situation with regard to the informal sector. And because of that, you have to design a product which works for you. That is one thing which is clear. There's a women group in India, in a city of it's called what? Ahmedabad in India. The women came together and said, we have a problem. They are self-employed. They said, we want to set up a product for ourselves. And so they set terms of how much they want to put together in terms of contributions. And it has been growing. Now they are beyond 2 million. They already have a bank, besides saving for all other bundled products which they need, which they think are more critical to them. Now, we speak a language in this market that we need to design a product for them, which I find from my experience of few other countries I've read, where there are products which are working for the informal sector, they actually do it themselves. They want to own it, they want to run it, then they want somebody to support them, like telecommunications to enable them to do the contributions, government to meet some costs like IT and that. But if you design something for them, they tend to stand away from it and say that is your product. So I could probably think that we need to have a law which allows people to come up with innovative products of their own, more relaxed, not too strict like what we have currently. And then RBA is just to see whether it serves the purpose, right? And you can have this with various groups. You don't have to have one for everyone. Let them work from various groups. Eventually, others will learn from the other. And then as it grows, every person will probably at some time be covered. That would be my proposal at this moment. But to answer your question, each country is struggling to find a solution for the informal sector as to how to cover for retirement. There's no one you can make reference to. You need to pay attention to your local conditions and design one which works for you. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nyakundi. As I sit here, I'm very challenged as a moderator because the challenges don't seem to be new. They seem to be the challenges that were there 5 years ago. They seem to be the challenges that were there 10 years ago. Arguably the same challenges that were there when I started my career. And I imagine a situation where we have all been in the story trying to solve this challenge. Governments are in this, parastatals are in this, private sector is in this, players such as administrators and insurers are in this. We have all been throwing our hat in the ring. I would imagine that's significant effort, significant capital, significant capability to solve the problem. So even as I move to the initiatives, my challenge would still be having full knowledge of what the issues are, structural issues, issues around policy reform, affordability, product design and product relevance, and perhaps an issue around disposable income, which one would argue, coming from a banking group, even those with little income still save in a bank account, maybe there is a question that we should be asking ourselves around how aggressive we have been, not around identifying the problem, but around solving it. But let me move real quickly to the next section, which is focusing on initiatives, because we said we've been talking about this problem for a while, and the industry has grown. There have been several initiatives. Some have worked, continue to grow. Some are still in the nascent stages. I think it would be good to hear from the NSSF, who over and above the mandatory also have other initiatives to lend your voice to this conversation around solving this problem of savings. This is coverage as well as adequacy.
Thank you. First, I also want to add my voice by thanking RBA for this meeting. And I'm here to represent my CEO, Wanakoros of NSSF. Before I respond to that, I want to say from the onset that the issue of coverage and the issue of adequacy is a big issue in the pension industry. And as NSSF, we have been in this space for quite a long time. And not that we have all the solution to this, but there is a lot that we have done and we are doing to try and extend coverage and also improve adequacy. It's not quite that the informal sector, for example, that has been forgotten, as I think I've overheard. We, as NSSF, we have been engaging in the informal sector. We have a product called Haba Haba, which we initiated some time back. And this Haba Haba is an informal arrangement for the informal sector, where we allow members to join NSSF and make a contribution towards their retirement. This benefit or arrangement is so flexible that it accommodates the nature and the businesses that the informal people are involved in. It looks at the flexibility, affordability, to make sure that everybody who is able to have a little income can be able to save. It entails us negotiating and discussing with these people through member education. Find out, we have classified these people in their own levels. People, maybe mama mboga, people having a kinyosi. We discuss with them and agree on how much they can be able to save, how they will be able to pay this money. Is it monthly, is it daily? The Haba Haba considers 25 shillings, for example, per day, per member as the minimum that they can save, and they can save as much as they are able to save. So we have over 650,000 members already in this arrangement of the informal sector. And through many strategies, including member education, partnerships with all stakeholders, we have been able to get these numbers, and we are still working on it to make sure that we are able to cover and extend the benefits for the informal sector. So the issue of coverage, the issue of adequacy is clearly covered in the NSSF Act. Under Section 4E of the NSSF Act number 45, it brings the informal sector on board to save, and therefore there is a legal framework upon which these informal sector people can be able to pay. It's not that we do not have legal framework. Perhaps the issue should be how better can we implement this legal framework to make sure that everybody is covered and everybody is able to save in terms to improve their benefit adequacy.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Pauline, just to lend the voice of the insurers, the statistics show that one of the challenges facing adequacy is leakage, which is money leaving retirement schemes before retirement. Studies have also shown that up to 40% of death incidences or health incidences then require a family to then stop the savings journey, liquidate whether it is a pension fund account or liquidate an insurance policy to be able to respond to that need. How then do you see the role of insurance, particularly from support in terms of adequacy and managing some of the risk events around the savings journey, complementing this conversation?
Thank you very much, Angela, and thank you, RB, for this forum. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for stakeholders to come together and discuss issues affecting the industry. Yes, we've seen, maybe the way I'll answer that, we've seen especially people, when they change jobs, they want to access their benefits, and we know that that benefit, wherever it's invested, it doesn't serve the original purpose of taking care of the member during retirement. And as you've said, we all see also those cases, maybe an illness in the family or an emergency, and some people have even opted to change jobs, and especially if it's an individual pension plan, to access the benefits so that they can access that money. One of the things we are doing in the insurance sector, and this is in addition to what RBA has come up with the post-retirement medical plan, is this, we try and do a lot of research. So the latest research we've done, which we've actually not even disseminated, is a research in the Malaysian market, because we wanted to find out what is it they are doing different from us, because their market is so well advanced, the savings culture is so high. And one of the things that was very interesting, a finding, is the bundling of their retirement product. And I know Mr. Nyakundi touched on that, creating sub-accounts in the retirement plan, where you have a sub-account for just normal savings, the way you save in a SACCO, so you can access that money, the way you access it in a SACCO, saving for your child's school fees in a sub-account of a retirement plan, savings for medical. I'm not talking of post-retirement, actually immediate medical needs, having a savings plan for a medical product in your retirement plan. And this helps to safeguard the retirement fund, because you know very well, I'm putting 10,000 for the retirement fund that I can't touch until I get to retirement. But because I have these other needs along the way, then I'm able to save those, and the insurance industry, of course, would be at hand to provide products for that kind of savings. So that is one of the things we found very interesting, which once we are through with that research, we should be able to engage RBA to come up with what we can borrow from that research. And then allow me to just touch a little on the diaspora market. We know so many of our people are in the diaspora, in the Gulf. You know, they don't have maybe very stable jobs. And once their time there is up, they come back here and they fall back to poverty. And yet when we see the kind of diaspora remittances that are coming into the country, so I would actually say it's a matter of misplaced savings or misplaced funds, where if we are able, and I'm happy that this was actually picked up by the national policy. So if we're able to tap into that and help our fellow Kenyans to actually have a retirement plan, then it would really help them retire comfortably in this country once they are old. Thank you.
So I really like that you've ended on a note that touches on innovation. And I think earlier, Mr. Nyakundi talked about compulsion. I'm just keen to get your thoughts, Mr. Wafubwa. Which route should we be going? Should we be singing compulsion as the way to go, or should we be singing innovation as the route to stimulate increased coverage as well as adequacy?
Probably we should have a mix of both, because we have a cocktail of problems. And I don't think one solution will be adequate to solve everything. We need some formal level basic compulsion, but also some bit of benefits that are attached to that. I like the conversation I'm hearing about bundling products, so that through one account you're able to tackle a couple of issues. And why innovation then is key is then each sector has unique products. I'll give you an example. Look at the sports sector. Look at the media. Look at the farmers. They have some income, but we have isolated them, either by way of policy or by way of product. But the default occupation in this country, 80% is farming. Everyone in this auditorium is, in a way, a farmer. They have some income. So how do we integrate them into this system? And I go back to my earlier point that I think we need to have convergence, saving, and credit. That's one. Two, when we talk about innovation, then we have to study behavior and data. What is it speaking? There is no way out you'll tell a Gen Z that save with me, I'll give you money 20 years from now. That passed. So we've got to look at products through which they enjoy a little bit, but they are working towards. Let me share the last point. HR practice, and still on that Gen Z, we can say, okay, it's compulsory, absolute, but in the next 5 years, 10 years, they're the MPs, they're the head of HR and director, finance. I can almost be sure that they wouldn't make policies that is against their desired priorities. And I think we have to, that's where the place of data, predictive modeling, looking into the future. You don't design products into the history. You become a Kodak. You design products into the future that are analyzing what is data trends, income behavior, and you pair that up. You have enhanced precision to create value into the future. The last point I want to talk about is that right now, in terms of HR reward, we are having a model, what we call reward structures that have emotional connectivity. So an employee is given a budget. You are told these are the scope of benefits capped to this budget. Choose what you want. So you want to go to maybe sports, you tick. And pension, for the kind of generation we have, sort of is not a priority. But we can have basic combustion and then say, fine, on these benefits, can you drop in, if you pick this, a portion of it is for pension. So we need to live stage reward structures tied to pension as we work. The last one I want to make mention of is that I think we need to go out of enrollment. If pension is a basic human right, then the issue or the idea of waiting until confirmation, it should be abolished. Immediately someone is employed, they should be enrolled to serve. Because when you tell me wait for a year, aging is happening already. So that we start to save early, we benefit from timely compounding, and we're able to build income adequacy. Lastly, I think the idea of early access, we have negated income adequacy because of early access. We've got to have a middle ground through which we should discourage early access, because in a way it has deeply demeaned our effort to build income adequacy towards retirement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rose, I mean, looking at the informal sector, and I think Simon has talked about early enrollment when somebody is employed, auto-enrollment, and perhaps some level of barriers for exit. I'm just wondering, how would some of those initiatives augur for the informal sector in terms of encouraging them to continue to save?
I quite concur with Simon, because this innovation needs to cut across, because these segments are unique. Now, when you go to the informal sector, you cannot introduce compulsion to these people, but you can use innovation to get them to save unconsciously. They have told us, actually I talked about Keynes having taken time to research. We have spent time with this segment. We have re-engineered our processes just through different engagements, you know, and then going back again and re-engineering and re-engineering. You'll find some of them telling us that, yes, I do have disposable income, but saving consciously, taking a conscious decision to go and save is painful. You know, those of us sitting here, we save by default. We are saving for pension by default because we get into a pension arrangement based on the relationship we have with our employer. So when you're employed by company A, B, Z, Y, you find there's already an arrangement, and by default you are in it, and then the contributions are deducted at source. You don't see them, and what you don't see, you don't miss. So when we keep going, you know, talking about pension savings as if we have been saving, none of us has ever made a conscious decision to save. But we want those guys to make a conscious decision to save. So when you engage them, they will tell you, yes, I would like to, but the needs are so many, and you know, the earnings are so meager, and they are so far apart, they're intermittent. Can you do something to help me save? They've told us many times. So some of the strategies we are looking at as KNEST and as government is to see how we are going to enable this segment to do what we call consumption saving. Just so that they can also enjoy what the formal sector workers enjoy. You know, saving painlessly. Because here we want to subject them to pain, and the others are not subjected to any pain. So there is a lot of studies to be done. There is a lot of work to be done. There is no way you can say you have hacked it until you really get to the bottom of the challenge. I remember you said, you know, these are the things we've been talking about since you started working at RBA. Why are we keeping going back at it? It's because we are not looking at the unique circumstance of this segment. It is so different from us that if we don't take time to really get into their unique circumstance and understand it so that we come up with a solution that speaks to those very, very unique circumstances, we still have this challenge.
Auntie, allow me just in a minute to do a rejoinder. When you grow up in poverty, abject poverty, saving is a pain. To lose, that's the default money-wise relationship is to be a hoarder. So that's why you hear comments like nakatwa pesa yangu. It's a pain. So that's why I'm just saying that if we tweak it that way, in a way we'll have a bit of an easy way of saving. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to say on products. But we know, I mean, as a panel that over and above design of products and coverage, that particularly for defined contribution schemes, there are a few other factors that affect adequacy related to expenses, investment returns, related to governance. I would like to come back to you, Mr. Ombui. You can pick any one of the three and just make a quick comment as we get towards the plenary session around some of the other things that would need to be looked at from an NRR perspective, net replacement ratio, in order to boost adequacy over and above the conversations we've had around, you know, product structure, complementary member education, as well as financial literacy.
Thank you. I want to agree that in terms of adequacy of benefits, and still on coverage, before I can respond to your question, perhaps we need to look at it in terms of a mix of, for example, in NSSF we have contributions which are mandatory, and then we have those which are voluntary by way of having the informal sector contribute voluntarily. The only difference is that whereas the mandatory one, as my colleague is saying, people speak of kukatwa, the people in the informal sector, we do member education, and also we have incentives to try and make it attractive for them to save. So in terms of cutting costs, so that we can also improve on adequacy. NSSF, our Act takes care of that in the sense that our administrative costs have been capped at 1.5 of our asset value. And we are working on that, and we have incorporated that in our strategic plan with the aim of bringing it down to even 1% so that we can have more revenue and more money for investment and therefore return for the members' interests. So you find that yes, administrative costs must be maintained so that we can have adequate revenue which will be taken into investment. And our Act also makes sure that in terms of accountability, our administrative structures are made in a way that we have to account for the money that we handle on behalf of our members. We find our board is a tripartite board, which makes sure that employers, employees are taken into consideration, and also government as a guarantor to make sure that nothing is taken to chance. With all this, we are able to improve our adequacy in terms of benefits.
Thank you, Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you'll allow me, Angela, I just wanted to point something about the financial education, because I believe it's a really critical thing if we are to hack it, to get to Kenyans and get to educate them so that they are able to make informed decisions about long-term planning. So one of the things that maybe that would make a very big difference, because we have a bad, Rose said it, was it you, Rose, about a bad savings culture. We consume as you said, our savings culture is at 8%. Kenyans are so hardworking, but we don't save. So one of the things we need to really look at as stakeholders in the industry is introducing the financial. I know it's there, but if you look at the education system, it's barely there. So I think that is something the government should, because it's also in the interest of the government to educate the population to really introduce this with a purpose in the education system, so that as people grow, they embrace that savings culture, and it will help our population. And I think those are some of the things that are also contained in the national policy. And the team that will take that up, it will be very good if they take it up at that level. We've talked about the Gen Zs, and we've talked about their online presence and power. And I think that is something we should harness as players in the industry to introduce programs, and not even to introduce, by the way, to invite them to develop messages. We can have like an innovation lab or something, invite the Gen Zs, tell them, craft a message that will align with your generation. How would you want this product? How would you want us to bundle this product so that it makes sense to your generation? So getting them to talk to their, to use their power to educate their colleagues. And the other thing I also noted is our presence in the market. One of the things we did that made a very big difference in the last 3 years, we started a purposeful training for intermediaries on pension products, because pension is a difficult product that most people don't understand. And when we looked at it, our statistics actually showed the growth of that line of business from the people that we trained. So it's something that as an industry, which aggregators in the country can we appoint, then have a program so that they're able to reach, so that we have many foot soldiers preaching the retirement planning gospel. Thank you.
All right, we have to get some time on the clock for the plenary, so just allow me to jump real quickly. I'll come back to some policy. We'll come back. Policy recommendations. We have the regulator in the room, and I think after the discussion, I think it would be good for us to make some proposals that can be taken as policy recommendations. I'll start with you, Dr. Kitonyi. Any policy recommendations over and above what we've discussed in regards to boosting coverage as well as adequacy?
My recommendation would be base policy on research, on data, as in go out, go to the ground. And this thing of informal sector has been disturbing me because I don't know if that is very clearly defined by informal sector. Do we define it based on capital base, on the product that is being dealt with? I've had sports is not included, farming is not included. So is it defined by the product being traded? Because the mamambogas also can be employers, and they employ based on need. So I think we could start by defining, and then we go for those people. We could also segregate, congregate, amalgamate. Yeah, so policy should be determined by data, by research, primary data. And if we want to include informal sector, then majority of the representation, 80%, if those are the ones we are targeting, should be informal sector, not people in formal sector coming to tell us what to do with informal sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kichoni. Now moving to Mr. Nyakundi, I know we've touched on quite a bit. Your presentation also touched a little bit on taxation. Any other policy recommendations for consideration?
Well, a lot of things are provided for in the policy that was launched today, and I think it is going to be a lot for RBA to deal with going forward. But on these two issues of adequacy and coverage, the formal sector, we need proper implementation of the law. The people who are formally employed should be fully covered. If not with the private scheme, of course, obviously with the mandatory NSSF scheme. All of them should be able to save for retirement. Why we are not achieving it to a large extent is because of poor enforcement of the current legal framework. That's on the formal sector. Number two, on the informal sector, I've started lately to think, because it's a subject I've looked at for many years and I've seen in many other countries, I'm persuaded to think that people should be educated, that's financial education, and then using the information they have been given, should be able to come up with a product which works for them. And then as a regulator, you come on board, as government you come on board, or any other company come on board to support the idea. This can start in a small scale. I didn't give you many examples I've looked at. One is the one I mentioned in India, there's one in Tunisia, where it is self-driven by the people. Once they have been informed and educated, then the government comes on board to support them, or equity comes on board and say, we are going to support you in this way, but they take the lead and ownership. That probably will speak to them more, they will embrace it more, and probably we shall see many of those small saving groups all over the country, the worst retirement in the country. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. One recommendation, I can see the eagerness of the plenary to also speak to their voice.
So, knowledge capital is a key pillar of catalyzing industry growth. Banking sector have School of Banking. I think it's high time to have degree programs on pensions. And if the universities here are listening, they could pick this just to grow, to drive innovation. Because right now we have fragmented education and training capacities across. Two, I think we need to integrate savings and credit. I can't belabor that. Three, financial literacy program should start from nursery. Train a child in the way he should. When he grow up, he will not depart from that. Three, I think data is a key point of interest in policy. We need to have industry data dashboard to drive policy. Thank you. And sorry, I still go back to this. The sector has a huge opportunity to develop an SME credit fund under alternative asset class. The SMEs are borrowing at 70%. Even if you say we'll lend you at 20, with just 1% of 1.7 trillion, is 170 billion available for credit access. Think of what that will create in the economy. That's a conversation we need to have.
Rose, now back to you before we go back to plenary.
In the interest of time, Angie, my policy recommendations have been stated, but I just want to reiterate one thing and remind the regulator, RBA, that in 2012, RBA spearheaded an initiative to develop a financial literacy curriculum for schools. I remember I was at the head of that initiative. And we came together with CBK, IRA, CMA, and we got into partnership with KICD, and we developed a financial literacy curriculum for schools. We benchmarked with the best. We went to Japan. We wanted to understand why the Japanese are more of a savings community. They don't spend. The government has to come up with initiatives in Japan to get their people to spend. We learned from them. And we learned that they don't do that because they don't just learn financial literacy. They introduce it in school from 6 years old, like you've been told by Simon, but it comes with values. You don't just learn about money. You don't learn about grabbing money the way we do here. You learn about the values behind money. Then we went to Canada. Canada on the west is actually one of the countries that is leading in financial literacy. We learned from the best. Then we went to Netherlands. We went to across, real serious jurisdictions that have succeeded in financial literacy. We spent money. I remember RBA was the one driving, so we were actually always being the first ones to pay for KICD. And after it was completed, we've never had anything. Where is that financial literacy curriculum for schools? It was supposed to be scaled up to go to tertiary and then finally universities, and then we were supposed to do one for guardians as well, because in as much as you teach children with books, children learn from seeing and doing. If your parent is doing something else and the teacher taught you something else during the day, you will do what the parent did, not what the teacher taught. So there was one to be a curriculum again for parents and guardians, and then another one for those who are outside school. It was an elaborate program which would change mindsets and really take us from this 8% to even 20 or 40%. Can the regulator revive that and really push it so that we can change this mindset and become savers and not spenders?
I think the regulator has heard, and thank you for that reminder. I'm happy to say that Equity Group, through its foundation, has worked and agreed with RBA to support financial literacy. I know we've had examples from Japan, Canada, India, but I think we do have support from local partners such as Equity, who have successfully undertaken financial literacy. The Equity Group Foundation has trained over 3 million MSMEs in Kenya today on financial literacy and East Africa, as well as trained over 5.4 million households on financial literacy. And we're happy to say, in engagement with the RBA, we have agreed to have a joint partnership to support financial literacy, because the problem to be solved is more than just a government problem. I think we all have to pitch in our hands together to work towards capacitating and solving this problem. As I invite the plenary now to comment or ask questions, I want us to step back and look at 3 elements of this problem. At the end of the day, when you look at this journey, there is the beginning of it, which is getting the members to save. And a lot of what we've discussed today is around stimulating that saving, structural concerns, product design, benefits, savings, knowledge and information. But the other thing to remember is that once members put their money within the retirement scheme, the baton then shifts from the member to the board of trustees. And for a period of 20 to 30 years, it then becomes the duty of a board of trustees to think about what is the optimal investment strategy to achieve optimal investment returns? What is the right governance framework to prevent leakage? What is the right expense ratio? We know it's not always the cheapest that is best. So part of this conversation then becomes the duty of care that a board of trustees has for the 20 to 30 years that a member entrusts them with in order to ensure that they get to that journey. The last bit then becomes at the point of retirement. A lot of us will recall that at the point of retirement, members are vulnerable because they have significant savings and they have to make a choice. At that point, they are exposed to two elements. One is the investment conditions at the time of retirement. Today, if you're making an investment decision at retirement in a high interest rate environment, it is likely that you will get a different type of annuity from when you're making that decision in a low interest rate environment. Do members know that investment conditions at the point of retirement impact the type of products they should be choosing, the type of risks they're facing? They are vulnerable. Number two, at retirement, when you look at today's society, retirees still have a continued burden. That continued burden to continue to take care of the home, most probably still has credits, most probably has children in university. So what then happens when money that was designed for lifestyle of an individual in retirement then becomes an income for a household in retirement? And as we look at the issues, talking about spurring growth coming into the ecosystem, I think we all as players, regulators, boards of trustees also have to think about what happens during the lifetime of saving and also what happens at the point that a member is retiring and how do they get the right decisions and the right products for them. However, we've now come to the section where we get some comments or some questions from the plenary, and I'm looking around to see if we have any hands up.
We will only take two, kindly, in the interest of time. Just two.
Thank you. I think I've seen one there. Oh, and one there.
That's it. The roving mic. Let me have somebody. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Mbogwa. I am an official of Retirement Benefits and Claims Welfare Association, which is a new membership organization that is helping retirees claim their benefits from wherever they are. I've listened very carefully, and the information put forward is very useful. But I've just been wondering that everybody is wondering how to reach each and every Kenyan wherever they are so that they can save for retirement. And we all know in the villages, everywhere in Kenya, everybody, particularly in the private sector, in the Juakali sector, every other person is a member of a circle, whether faith-based, chama, table banking, or wherever. Those are infrastructures that can be used so that if somebody has shares in those, that part of the shares maybe can be, a bit of it can be taken to a retirement benefit scheme that will benefit the person later. I think there's no need of the government forming other institutions to look into that, because NSSF is there and it could use that mode to reach each and every Kenyan to make a saving. What they need is to educate. A lot of sensitization so that people know, like somebody said, watu wanasema ni mimi nakatwa pesa. So they should not look at it like that, but they should know that it's for their benefit when they need it most at retirement. Thank you.
All right, second person.
Okay, my name is Winnie Nailante. I work with the media from Radio Africa, and mine is more of a comment. I have listened to the problems and the challenges we have with advocacy and coverage. And, I'll just speak in terms of media and what we do, is that if you're looking to do awareness and customize educational campaigns where you can target informal sectors with those particular messages you're talking about, how to encourage people to adapt saving culture. So mine is more to encourage people in this room to also, partner with us when it comes to media. When you'd love to work on a mass media campaign, maybe later I can give you my number, and then we can, customize something for you. Thank you.
That's marketing. Interesting. Yeah? I hope that's the last comment.
Good afternoon. When I was a young boy, there was this song, and I'm sure those ones who belong to my age, Shem there, and KICC Almost, and Nyakundi. So many vijana. Yeah, so there is this assurance that we're giving, and I liked what Dr. Kitonyi said, that as we approach the informal, the behavioral, the psychological, we need to think about them in terms of what is their thinking, what are they looking forward to. And if we have to do this, they want to see value. So we need to think about valued partnerships. That's the only way we can reach them. Strategically, we cannot do it as, say, KNEST or NEST or NSSF, but we need to look at, and we have to start by mapping the informal. We need to map the informal and then look at the ones that we may call the low-lying fruits, because there are those ones that we could easily transform to the formal. So not everybody, not all the people that are in the informal can continue being there. Some we can transform them. Create an enabling environment that can enable them transform to the formal. The second thing that I think, and I heard it from my sister there, and Jackson raised it in the morning. Do we need more institutions created by the government to do the same job? If NSF is already there and it has the law, I want to agree with my sister. What we need to do is to bring and harness all the resources available so that we can approach the informal strategically. Thank you.
All right. Agnes, does your panel want to take those concerns very quickly?
Angela, not Agnes, but there was one more comment.
Okay.
There's a gentleman burning with his comment there.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Stephen Wahome. I'm from the health sector. I work with the psychological health services. And one of the things that we should be asking ourselves, if the culture of saving is not there, are there things that we can actually do? And what I was looking at is that when we have done some empirical studies, we have seen people in the informal sector, their main concern basically could be health issues, could be food issues, and the rest. Is there any way the Association of Insurance, because you are here, something can be done so that as people do their saving, it can be attached to immediate health needs? Because if you look at the people in the informal sector, their medical cover is not there. But if there is a savings that can be attached to the pension, they can see immediate benefit that can be able to help them. And that is not there. Then the second issue that the insurance should also do is this business of what we call exclusion cruises. When people are young and you have exclusion for some of the chronic diseases, they are sure they will never get any of them. In fact, insurance are very happy with young people because they rarely go to the hospital. But at a certain age when you are retiring, apart from you losing your job, the other immediate concern we see among people who are retiring is medical cover. So what are we doing to some of those exclusion that actually attack older people? Many of us here are doing harambes for our parents, yet they have a cover, but when they go to claim, it becomes part of the exclusion. Is there any way we can be able to do something as they are working, what we call retirement and post-retirement medical initiative and innovation that can make people see immediate benefit for their savings. And lastly, we have, somebody has said, I think she preempted my point about the chamas and everything else, and even the circles we have, another benefit. Can it be attached somehow to pension so that there can be innovation as you save and as you get your money from other sources or loans, there's something that goes to pension. If these things can be embraced, we can actually address the issue of motivation and culture of savings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just request the panel to respond on one item, please, each. I'll request Mr. Nyakundi to respond on SACCOs and savings. I'll request Simon to respond on pre-retirement medical. I'll request Pauline to respond to exclusions, particularly on medical insurance cover. I'll request Dr. Titoni to comment just briefly on the feedback on education and inculcating it. And last but not least, I'll ask you, Mr. Ombi, to comment on the fact that we might not need more institutions, maybe more execution. So last round, quick fire comments as we close.
Thank you so much. Quickly on leveraging on existing structures like SACCOs, merry-go-round and all those, there are some studies actually done by the World Bank which showed that you can use those structures to reach out to the informal sector. But most times they don't know, those who are in those chamas and all that, so that's why financial education becomes important. As you meet those groups and open up their eyes to see other possibilities, then they can start thinking about saving for retirement using those already existing structures. So it's more of education, and it is doable. Yeah.
Thank you. Many researchers, can we test them by just getting started? Because people are aging. Time is not waiting. 2, on pre-retirement medical, I come from the school of thought that resources have never been scarce, only resourceful mindset are. And I think if we design innovative products for the SME sector, they will see value that will just not only to cover them on medical insurance before, but even post-retirement. And that's a huge market for the insurance sector. My suggestion is, can there be products or pension? If I'm delivering return of 15%, I can take 2% for healthcare. I can take 2% with Angie here, with the equity life for last expense. Because then that's a pain point in the moment. I can take 2% of that for my education policy. And then, or a portion of it for mortgage. So that we start to make it a reality that my money is working for me. So you don't have to wait up to age 60 to be able to have a benefit of that. And the opportunities are massive, but maybe we just get started with the little we have. In there we'll learn how it's not working and refine and move and pull these conversations from KICC to the ground. Vitu kwa ground ni tofauti. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just a quick comment on the exclusions and medical insurance when someone is old. This is actually touching on a policy issue that we have been taking up with our regulator, the Insurance Regulatory Authority. If you look at more advanced markets, medical insurance sits in the long-term class of business. But in Kenya, medical insurance sits on the general insurance division, which is short-term, 1 year. So one of the policy issues we have recommended to IRA is if medical could be included in the long-term classes of business, that is the life insurance companies. That way, life insurance companies will then be able to craft long-term, medical insurance with a long-term view. But even as we say that, even the position on the ground now, there are several companies that are giving medical cover for over 60 years old, the old age, And I know they have actually most of the exclusions. As long as somebody already knows they have this condition and they're under treatment, they're actually covered. So there is a lot of improvement on that, but we would want to even have, like especially the post-retirement medical, done by life insurance companies if the policy is changed. Thank you.
Okay, since it is a quick fire, and I want to honor that, I would like to summarize all the discussions that have been held today by saying that the solution is in education, it is in transmitting knowledge, it is in financial literacy, teaching people how to have a personal financial plan. It is also an education of lifestyle. Yeah, what Angie was telling us about time, money, and health, that we are not relying so much on medical insurance. We are also counting on taking care of our health for longer so that we do not need so much. We don't have a lot of those lifestyle diseases. So education still. So I invite you all, RBA, to combine with the universities so that we can study how to take this from the youngest age and to the very last person. That is the work of researchers, that is the work of the educational institutions.
Thank you. I'll take on the issue of institutions versus executions. I want to say that, for example, we already have institutions in place. At NSSF, for example, we have the structure. We have been in this industry, as I said, for several decades. We take care of the mandatory products. We take care of the voluntary, the informal sector. We have the laws. We have got the regulations. We work in partnership with the regulator. We have products which extend to both mandatory and the informal. We also have product. We are currently working in conjunction with the Department of the Diaspora in Foreign Affairs so that we can extend coverage to the diaspora team. So what I would say is, or what we need to do is to innovate, do things much better, just improve on our systems, improve on our processes, as opposed to having so many institutions going to the same market.
All right, thank you, panelists. I think I'll close. I think today's conversation has been quite insightful, and thank you very much to the panelists as well as to the plenary for engaging, because we've really been talking about coverage and adequacy. One of the things that is known about our society is the dignity with which it leaves its people. And I think it's fair to say that without coverage and without adequacy, then the dignity of our people is at risk. So I want to thank you for taking time to have a detailed conversation about this. I'd also like to thank the Retirement Benefits Authority, which has come a long, long way in stimulating this sector together with the Ministry of Finance. And even as we congratulate RBA today for its strategic plan, as well as the national pensions policy, mine is to say as a private sector player that we will shift to execution, because plans are great, but until we take what we've said and actually commit, whether it is our capital, our people, our businesses, and redesign our products, then we will find that we will have a plan that does not deliver. So mine is to take on the challenge that the regulator has placed in front of us, because when there is a vision that has been provided, we then move to create a strategy to deliver. And mine would be to provide a call to action to the regulator as well, where there's policy recommendations from the conversation, but to private sector players as well as government sector players, institutions, to take this to the next level so that we can then leapfrog in the next 5 years. And then last but not least, to every individual person who has been watching or listening, to take a moment and review whether you are on the journey of the iron triangle of life, and remember to put some money aside for the older person that you're definitely going to become. Thank you very much.
All right, let's appreciate Angela and her panel. Thank you very much, Angela. I'll call up Sarah. Don't leave your seats just yet. I'll call up Sarah to give you some gifts from RBA for the fantastic job you've done for the last an hour and a half or so. So Sarah, if you could kindly make your way to where they are and give them a gift, we'll appreciate. tufanye haraka kidogo. In the meantime, Ambrose Ogango, the Director, Retirement Benefits Authority, be on standby. You'll be the one giving out the vote of thanks once you're done with the gifting. Yule mtu tulikuwa tunafanya mtihani na yeye. Come. All right. We appreciate all of you. Asanteni sana. You can now take your positions back at the auditorium. All of them have gotten? All right. You can take your positions back at the auditorium, and thank you very much for your participation. We want to reward yet another group of people. Matokeo ya mtihani yapo. The results of the small exam we did are out. Let me have the following. If you had registered at Slido, Charles, Elegant, Juliana, Richard Rory, and Greatness. Charles, Elegant, Juliana, Richard Rory, and Greatness. Where are these 5 individuals? If you know you registered yourself as Charles, the other one Greatness, the other one Juliana. Juliana, Richard, Rory, and Greatness. Charles Nyameno. Where is Charles? Charles Nyameno? Where is he? Okay, fantastic. Elegant. Oh, you're elegant, all right. Juliana. Juliana is there, fantastic. Richard Rory. Fantastic. Greatness. Good. Hapa hakuna staff wa RBA. I should disqualify you. Yeah, if you are a staff for RBA, please take your position back at the auditorium. I've disqualified you. Vero Owende, or is Owenda? Owende, Vero, where's Vero? She's left. Kitonyi, where's Kitonyi? Okay, yeah, that gift goes to Kitonyi. And we want to put this cable so that you don't imagine I'm rigging anything. The results are out here. So we have rewarded them? I also need the name of the first person who came in early and the other person who reported early after lunch. Catherine Mwabingo, right? Catherine Mwabingo, where are you? Catherine, come to the auditorium. Now, pigiwe makofi. She was the first person to make it to the auditorium. Let's appreciate her as she gets her gift. Who made it after lunch? I should be the one, right? Who made it? After lunch? Let's give it to Catherine first. And then who made it? I see people raising their hands. I can't even tell you what time you came. Thank you, Catherine, for coming in early. If you come in early tomorrow, that gift is yours. All right? It appears like we don't have stats on who came early after lunch. So allow me now to introduce Mr. Ambrose Ogango, the Director, Retirement Benefits Authority, to come and give the vote of thanks. Karibu sana.
Good evening. Good evening. I know it has been a long day, so I'll take the least time possible. All protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this evening we are coming to an end, a very long day for that matter. We started our activities in the morning with the launching of the two documents, to which we were done with. Subsequently, in the afternoon, we had presentations. And as we go to appreciate all of us, we want to remind ourselves of the words of Muhammad Ali, that don't count the days, but make the days count. Indeed, truly, the day today has counted. We've had insightful discussions and shared very valuable perspectives towards our shared goals. I'm very thankful for every single one of you that has made this day to be what it is, and a successful day for that matter. We want to appreciate the moderators for the two presentations that we had, one that is after the break, and the one that we've had this afternoon. And particularly, we want to thank Sandeep, the CEO, and Angela, who has just finished her bit this afternoon. And following that also, we want to thank the panelists, a group of specialists, a group of professionals in this area that have shared their ideas in the various matters that has come to our attention, and indeed that we've discussed with a lot of enthusiasm, that as we go home this evening, we will remain to follow. Remember, we discussed matters of unremitted contributions, very, very key, and there was a lot of concern. And even beyond there, we also address the matters of challenges of coverage and adequacy. So we want really to thank you very much for all that. We wish to acknowledge also the organizers of this particular convention, and indeed that goes to the RBA and our partners, the stakeholders with whom we engaged to put together this so that it could work. Your efforts indeed have made this day a success. To the participants, both here and those who have joined us virtually, of course we are in the era of technology, we want to thank you too for your engagement, the questions, the contributions, and indeed your patience. You found time, you made this a priority, and indeed you came. We may not have had sufficient time for you to present all your issues, but I want to believe that wherever you are, you can still send an information online that will be able to reach us and will still reach you individually to address them. And therefore, your active participation is not taken for granted. It is very impactful, and it drives forward the agenda that we have. Finally, let us not forget the important task that is now ahead of us. The discussions and ideas, the policy matters that have come through today shall inspire us all to continue working together and address the challenges within the pension sector, and particularly those relating to the coverage, adequacy, and scheme funding levels that have been a matter of discussion. As we conclude, I wish to extend my sincere thanks once again to everyone present. Let's continue to collaborate and innovate for the betterment of the nation's retirement benefit system. Thank you all, and I wish you all pleasant evening, and looking forward to see you again the day tomorrow. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, Mr. Ogango. Thank you very much. Let's have a volunteer to pray for us as we head out for a coffee break and conclude the day. Let's have a volunteer. Mtu anataka kutuombea? Okay. All right.
Let's stand then as we conclude. So, Father, we thank you once again. As we asked of you, Heavenly Father, in the morning, you have been with us. We return thanks to you, and we are grateful to you. Heavenly Father, even as we go our ways, Heavenly Father, we pray, grant us journey mercies as we refresh ourselves till tomorrow. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow we're still here. We meet very early at 8 o'clock, and then we expected to begin our program at around 8:20. We can have a cup of coffee before departing to our respective places. See you tomorrow. God bless you. Have a fantastic night ahead.